A very pleasant morning to our speakers and participants for today's technical session 3. Welcome back to the North Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet 2022-23 of AIU, hosted by Galgotias University, Greater Noida. On behalf of Galgotias University, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of technical session 3 on promoting Indian higher education abroad. Myself, Dr. Apeksha, Assistant Professor, School of Liberal Education, Galgotias University, will start our technical session shortly. But before starting the technical session, please be informed about the structure of the session. There will be an opening remarks by the chairperson for 5 minutes. Time for each panelist for speaking would be 10 minutes. Open hour discussion and question answer session will be of 40 minutes. And concluding remarks by the chair will be of 10 minutes.
Discretion of the chairman of the session.
Of course, discretion of the chairman, concluding remarks. Now, coming to the theme, in the late 90s, a committee of promotion of Indian higher education abroad was formed by the University Grants Commission for the marketing and promotion of Indian higher education. For the country, it was a great loss in the form of brain drain. However, the NEP 2020 has renewed its focus on India becoming a destination country for international students and ramping up internationalization efforts on campuses across India. In this session, there will be a deliberations on strategies for promoting Indian higher education abroad. I would also take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished speakers with whom we are going to have discussion in the course of this event. We have 3 speakers.
Can we invite them to do
that? Can you please, I take this opportunity to invite the chairperson and the distinguished speakers, Professor Sat Prakash Bansal, Professor Raghavendra P. Tiwari, Shri Pavan Agarwal, and Chairperson Professor P.B. Sharma to come on the dais and to take the seats. I welcome our dignitaries on the dais. We have 3 speakers for this third technical session. Professor Sat Prakash Bansal, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharamshala. An academician par excellence, Professor Bansal has served as Vice Chancellor of Himachal Pradesh Technical University, Hamirpur, Indira Gandhi University, Rewari, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, and founder Vice Chancellor of Maharaja Agrasen University, Solan. He has to his credit 11 research projects of national importance, 25 books, and various other publications. He is the proud recipient of the Best Teacher Award of Himachal Pradesh University, Lifetime Achievement Award in Management Excellence conferred by Himachal Pradesh Commerce and Management Association, Lifetime Achievement Award in Tourism Education Excellence by Lyceum of Philippines University, Manila, and most iconic Vice Chancellor Award 2021. Next, we have Shri Pavan Agarwal, former advisor, Higher Education Niti AIU. Shri Pavan Agarwal served the Government of India in the highest position of Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and advisor Niti AIU. An officer of immense administrative skills, academic acumen, and profound interest in higher education, Shri Agarwal developed expertise in the policy and practice of higher education. He is the recipient of the prestigious Fulbright New Century Scholarship at Harvard University and Emory University in the United States. He was visiting scholar and fellow at ICRIER New Delhi and the Center for the Study of Higher Education and the Australia-India Institute at the University of Melbourne. He has published on a range of higher education issues. His book, Indian Higher Education, Envisioning the Future, is an authoritative and well-regarded book on India's higher education system. To chair the session, I would like to call Professor P.B. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Gurugram. He is the founder, Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University and President of Association of Indian Universities. He is the visionary educationist and an Indian academician. He is also the former principal of Delhi College of Engineering and founding Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Technical University, Bhopal. He is an excellent orator and very senior Vice Chancellor in the country. I need hours to describe his academic acumen and contribution to higher education and technical education. First, we'll have a floral welcome. First, we'll have a floral registration song. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University, Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, to present a memento to our chairperson, Professor P.B. Sharma. Again, I request Madam to present a memento to Professor Sat Prakash Bansal. I request Madam to present a memento to Shri Pawan Agarwal. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor P.B. Sharma to kindly chair the session and take this academic event forward.
Honorable President of AIU, Professor Das, Honorable Vice President, Professor G.D. Sharma, Honorable Secretary General of AIU, Madam Dr. Pankaj Mittal, my very dear fellow Vice Chancellors, and very distinguished speakers on the dais with me on left and right, ladies and gentlemen, what a great privilege and honor it is to be with you this morning to deliberate and discuss the issue that is burning in our mind for years together and continues to inspire us to think of the ways and means by which we are able to maximize the number of foreign students coming to our great nation to study in our universities, not only learn the current state of knowledge and technologies and sciences, but also get excited about the great heritage, the great culture that we have inculcated and nurtured in this great nation for millions of the years together. It is from here, in fact, the call for world peace had gone. And from here, the sentiments have been echoed right from the early dawns of civilization that Satyamev Jayate. In those days when there was no globalization, the sentiments were also echoed that the whole world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And what could be the greater privilege today to deliberate and discuss how our higher education, in particular, education in general, and our efforts in the university campuses and colleges in great number in our country could play a catalytic role to unite the world together once again by drawing more and more people to understand the value and worth of what India stands for, what India can provide to nurture the new world that is in the making. and higher education is bound to play a very important role in creating that new world in which we all wish to live. In this world, the world peace would be very important. Harmony and harmonious understanding of the world culture would be important. In this world, we have to learn about peaceful coexistence, and we need to learn about pooling our capabilities and minds together to solve the mega challenges that are already in front of us, as well as to create the vital layers of fair prosperity, integrity, and sustainability of the kind that is so much required today. In this backdrop, the role of higher education, especially bringing greater number of foreign students to our great universities, holds a very important promise. In this technical session of the North Zone Vice Chancellor's meet being held at Galgotias University, I have great privilege and honor to be here along with my worthy speakers, because Galgotias University is rated as among the NAC A+ universities. You have created the learning environment, the right ambience to attract the rest of the world to come here to India and study in India and utilize the great schemes and programs that the government of India has so well enacted in the last few years. I'm so happy to congratulate on behalf of all my vice chancellors, the worthy vice chancellor of Galgotias University, and wish to thank them for giving us this opportunity to create a synergy of mind from our learned speakers, myself, and each one of you in the deliberations and questions and answer session that will follow. Let me also say that I'm very fortunate to chair this session along with two highly worthy speakers, champions of the cause of internationalization of higher education, working consciously to attract more and more foreign students to our university. Their own names inspired me this morning very much. Only recently we have celebrated Guru Nanak Jayanti, the Prakash Parv, and at that time I was reciting both the names. I was reciting at that time Ek Onkar Satnam, and you see you have Mr. Satprakash Bansalji on my left-hand side. Nothing could be greater privilege than to have that. I was also saying in my oration at that time, Pavan Guru Pani Pita Mata Dharat Mahant. So Pavan Guru is also here with me on my right-hand side. What a great privilege it is to have both Satnam, Ek Onkar Satnam ji, and also Pavan Guru पानी पिता माता धरत महंत. ये मेरी अपनी वाणी नहीं, ये गुरुवाणी का वो मूल मंत्र है दोस्तों, जिसके आधार पर पूरे जीवन की कल्पना की जाती है, पीसफुल कोएग्जिस्टेंस की गारंटी की जाती है, और एक ऐसा जीवन जीने के लिए हम अपने आप को एजुकेट करते हैं जिससे कि हम प्रसन्न मुद्रा में रह करके अंतिम सांस तक ईश्वर का स्मरण करते हुए अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज का फायदा देश और दुनिया को पूरी समर्पण भावना से दे सकते हैं. Having said this, let me come back to the original theme for which we have assembled here. For a very long time, even from the days when I was professor at IIT Delhi, we have been debating and discussing how to attract more and more students from countries abroad, not only from the neighboring countries or the low-income countries, but also from the advanced countries of the world to come to India and get benefited from the quality of education at an affordable cost for which India should be known around the world today. We have established world-class institutions in great numbers through the government as well as through the private initiatives in our country. Our outcome of higher education has made Mother India proud. But question is, why large number of students are not coming from both from the neighboring countries as well as low-income countries, but also from advanced countries of the world, including America, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, even Japan, and our neighboring country like Singapore and China. So this is the first question we need to keep our mind and ask ourselves repeatedly, what is that we need to do now in terms of our action point to ensure that we are able to fulfill the cherished desire of attracting high quality foreign students to our institutions. Whatever required for that purpose, somebody may say, put your house in order. Someone may say, improve the quality of education and employability of your graduates. Someone may say, even create a better learning environment conducive to post-COVID scenario and the learning environment by which you would be able to create both the capabilities as well as nurture integrity and sustainability together, so that the knowledge, integrity, and sustainability form the holy trinity of higher education from our universities in the country. Another person may say that why not government policies promote and market higher education rather than marketing talent outside. We are marketing our talent outside in good way, and we are a great attraction for the great corporates and industries around the world to get the best brain from India. During my days of principalship of Delhi College of Engineering, Vice Chancellorship of Delhi Technological University, I found that the great multinationals come rushing to our universities and colleges to pick up the best brains from our country. So we are an attraction for marketing our best brains. Question is, what can be done to market our higher education, affordable, quality higher education from our universities and institutions, which we have set up a great number in our country. I was in fact, myself was asking when I was the member of the board of governors of IIT Kanpur, why should IITs not go out and have a flag post of India, quality higher education, even in the most advanced countries of the world? Just not think of only Dubai and Muscat and all this. Go and think of having a IIT in America or United Kingdom or Australia or Japan, or for that reason, even in Singapore, and prove the point that you are in a position to perform miracles. In return, invite, of course, the foreign universities to come and establish their campuses here. This kind of arrangement by which you come here and we allow us to come there, in my opinion, is a win-win situation. It could have marketed our good quality education. I would have also thought at that time that why not we market the best of our institutions outside? Why not we open our doors for foreign students in great number in the IITs, in All India Institute of Management Studies, in ICAR, great agriculture universities of central government and so on. Part of my desire has been fulfilled by the number of initiatives that government of India has recently taken in terms of opening the doors of foreign universities to come here, but it must be bilateral. If I allow foreign universities to come and establish their campuses here, the same country must also give me an opportunity to take my very best universities from India, and if they are desirous, allow them to establish their campuses here. I stand little bit more happier because Amity University is thinking in terms of establishing a full-fledged university in the same area where you have the great universities of the world, including MIT and Harvard. And on the Long Island, very near to New York, we are establishing almost 200-acre campus, which we have purchased, which was a functioning university. And a lot of universities in private domain, as well as the IITs and the great universities that we have in government domain can do this. And in my opinion, in order to attract the very best to come here, we must market our very best quality higher education abroad. And by doing this, we should be in a position to prove the point that India is able to offer the highest quality education at an affordable cost, and there would be many takers, I can assure you. My own children are in America, and my grandson, when he was going to America, I asked him, why are you going to America rather than study here? He said, sir, you have been vice chancellor for many years. I know you making your best possible effort, but I'm looking for a learning environment where a lot of learning takes place in terms of learning by doing outside the classroom, a learning environment that will nurture my interest area, provide the kind of flexibility that is required. And I also want to grow taller in terms of becoming a teacher while I'm already undergraduate student. You would not allow it here. I said, we'll create you all these opportunities. Even then the fellow said, sir, when my result of SAT was declared, not a single university from India approached me, while I received 100 calls and official letters from universities abroad to come and study here. I'm telling you this story primarily to invoke a sense of commitment in our mind that just like the foreign universities market themselves in India, we need to devise, design, and discuss the initiatives by which we should be in a position to reach out first to those brilliant minds who are looking for quality education abroad. And if we start doing that, things would be different. We should also be doing the same thing within our own country. When the result of CBSE or CUET is declared, we should reach out to individuals who are in the top 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 merit list and individually connect to them and inspire them to come and join our education. So marketing of higher education abroad, in my opinion, is another gray area which we need to do. It cannot be done merely by government portals and devices that we have created. Each one of us as the vice chancellors have to play a highly important, proactive and catalytic role in making it happen. Had it been so simple, my friend, it should have been possible by this time. Figures this morning disheartened me when I looked at the projections are that by year 2025, almost 18 lakh students from India would be studying abroad, and they will be spending no less than $85 billion as the currency in studying higher education. And this $85 billion in 2024 for 18 lakh students amounts to almost 9 or 10 times the expenditure we are making as a nation on education as a whole, including higher education. If by 2024, if we do nothing, or if we do not become successful in our designs to market our higher education abroad and convince our own students to remain in India and study in India in quality higher education institutions, we would have been spending almost 10 times the national budget in meeting the foreign exchange requirement of the students going from India for higher studies abroad, something for which coming generations would not pardon the AIU, they would not pardon the vice chancellors of the universities as of today, and they will ask us and question us, what were you doing when this was happening in front of your eyes? That is why Professor Das, Professor G.D. and Professor Mittal thought it proper that in the North Zone Vice Chancellors meet, let's take the initiative and look at the crux of the problem, hit the nail in the coffin, and work out the action points which we can implement with pride and pleasure to solve this nagging problem that has been hanging over for the last 30 years on our shoulders. It has become more visible during the era of globalization, but even prior to that, there was, in fact, intense debate and discussion in the government quarters, in the power corridors of power, about the brain drain from India. That is still continuing. So it's not a question of today to deliberate and discuss. We can surely put intellectual gymnasts together and have an intellectual debate on the issue. But the important thing is what you and I can do in our limited time during our tenure as vice chancellor in our individual universities, collectively through the AIU for the nation. That, in fact, in my opinion, agenda. Let me finish by saying that I have two eminent speakers with me for this session. No one other than Professor Bansal will inspire us to think what is going on in the corridors of power, especially in relation to central universities, what role the great universities of India are going to play to solve this mega challenge confronting each one of us in terms of turning the tides in our favor, not only bringing very many students from abroad to India, but also to ensure that the brightest ones also in fact, opt out to study in our country and work in our country to create that India of our dream. We want to understand that through the eyes of Professor Mittal, has great experience. He has been vice chancellor of several universities in the past, and I'm sure through his vision, through his thought process, we would be able to get into the nitty-gritty of action points. On my right, of course, we have one of the most brilliant minds of Mother India of our century. And I had several occasions to hear Dr. Pavan Agarwalji during his days at Ministry of HRD in those days, now Ministry of Education as it is called, and also during the days of his senior advisorship in the Planning Commission. Professor Dr. Agarwal is known to think differently than many of us. He coins new ideas, new phrases, new initiatives, and is known for his out-of-box thinking to create an understanding of the problem as well as to provide tangible, implementable solutions which we can take away from a session like this. And therefore, I'm so delighted to have Sri Pavan Agrawal ji to be part of this eminent actually panel that I have with me. But you, each one of you, my learned vice chancellors, are equally important in this technical session because the chair of vice chancellorship is reserved for the eminent people. Each one of us are eminent in our own right. And we have to remind ourselves that every morning, every evening, not only till such time that we remain on the chairs even thereafter, so that we continue to put our very best foot forward in order to meet and greet the challenge that we have of internationalization, more and more students to India and utilizing the great facilities we have. Let me reinstate the point that while the projections are for 18 lakh students to go abroad and invest $35 billion in higher studies abroad, the current projections are that we are stagnant around 50,000 foreign students coming to India from neighboring countries and mostly from the low income group countries, our friendly countries. We are yet to see the day when good number of students from United Kingdom, USA, Australia, Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, and China come to India. Let me also transplant at last a question in your mind. People around the world are very happy because the two great populous countries in the world, which means India and China, are in fact sending the largest contingent of students for studies abroad. While Indian students, of course, we can blame that they are perhaps going for attraction of job. I want to ask you to answer this question toward the end. What attracts Chinese students to go abroad when they have such multiple job opportunities in their own country that they are able to flood the whole world with their franchise and products from their industries and corporates, of which we are so well known about. So during this session, try to understand the dynamics of flow from India and why the flow, reverse flow does not take place to India, and why it is that India and China are the two great countries in the world, fueling in fact the demand for high quality, talented students in the great universities around the world. Go any university abroad, you will find Indians and Chinese in great numbers. And partly we feel happy, partly we feel unhappy also. So during the session, I want to make sure that each one of you, when you walk out of this session, at the end, you go happily, cheerful, inspired, and excited about some of the action points that you would like to implement in your own university, and you would like to implement them individually as well as collectively through Association of Indian Universities. I take great privilege in thanking at this point Professor Das, Professor Sharma, and Dr. Mittal for giving me this opportunity to chair this important session. Ladies and gentlemen, remain excited and remain committed that during this session we need to thresh out and look at the crux of the problem, work out the tangible point, and when we go home, लोग कहेंगे बदले बदले से सरकार नजर आते हैं, लगता कोई बहुत बड़ा सेशन, बहुत बड़ा थॉट प्रोसेस गुजर करके आ रहे हैं. When you walk back into your office, let them say कि बदले बदले से सरकार नजर आते हैं, ऐसा लगता है कुछ करना चाहते हैं, करके दिखाना चाहते हैं. Then this session would really be truly meaningful. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I take great pride in inviting my speakers of the day in this very important session. With the permission of Agrawal Sahab, may I take the opportunity to invite Professor Bansal first. Professor Bansal, please share your thoughts and inspire us beyond our limits of knowledge, beyond our limits of imagination and inspiration that we have to solve this mega challenge in front of us. Over to you. Presentation.
Thank you very much to the chairperson of this session. Rather, he made my job very easy. Such a nice beginning of this session by giving a scholarly address. You have covered almost many issues, many important issues, which really need to be discussed. And I take this opportunity to offer my love and admiration towards the organizers, particularly the President, Professor Das, and Vice President, Professor G.D. Sharmaji, and most dynamic Secretary General, Professor Mittal, Speaker on the dais, and Honorable distinguished Vice Chancellors present here. It's an important occasion for me to share my thoughts, my views here on this very important topic. Rather, yesterday also we discussed on various aspects of the internationalization of education. And today, now I will start from what the Honorable Prime Minister said many times and recently also in Man Ki Baat, that of course it is better to concentrate on the vitality and vibrancy of higher education if we have to again established as a Vision Guru. And at the same time, we also has to concentrate on the brain gain instead of brain drain. Rightly, Radhakrishnan, Sarpalari Radhakrishnan once said that it is better to produce the best minds instead of best brains. Brain can be drained, mind cannot be drained. That's the reason that it is very important in our higher educational institutions to produce the best minds instead of best brain. And if we are producing the best brain, try to convert them into a brain gain. Of course, education is a matter of foremost interest concern in India since the ancient time, and people are recognizing the significance of advanced education and favoring the same instead of the tradition one. If it is so, then acknowledging this shift in the consumer's intention, the Indian education system is revamping itself and need to revamp. Thousands of students from India and abroad studied in the vibrant multidisciplinary environment of Indian universities. We can take the example of because we have a glorious past. When the 16-member committee constituted by the University Grants Commission prepared a blueprint for Indian university to set up campuses abroad, and thousands of students from India and abroad studied in the vibrant multidisciplinary environment of Indian universities, and the main mandate of this new national education policy is to also convert each institution into a multidisciplinary to give the right kind of holistic approach, holistic development of the student. And that is very important. And here, when like we have the example of Takshila, we have the example of Nalanda, Vallabhi and Vikramashila and many more, where the teachers and students from the various countries under one roof, they used to give the right kind of education, which is really required in today's environment. Education in ancient India started around 3rd century BC with focus on the religious training and traditional knowledge. And initially, a Gurukul system of education system was followed, where the students and teachers lived in proximity and education was imparted orally by the sages and scholars. I really would like to quote an example of here, the Hyun Sang, the wandering Chinese Buddhist monk, and many more studied at the renowned Nalanda. Why I am putting this example? Because Hyun Sang, shipped about 657 Sanskrit texts centered on Mahayana and Hinayana on 20 pack horses. That was the real contribution of this great scholar. And India has revealed the world its academic brilliance through Sushrut, Kannad, Aryabhat, Chanakya, Adi Shankara, and Madhvacharya, among others. But of course, this is very unfortunate that it is almost now has not remained a curriculum part. And India needs to again bring back the great Indian traditions to create well-versed and pioneering individuals. India has been home to groundbreaking seats of learning long before Cambridge or Oxford or Harvard in diverse subjects. Here, the list is given. I'm not going to read it. And this where we remain the pioneer of the world in these areas. And of course, India offers a friendly environment, cultural diversity, and best value for money options to the students from SAARC countries in Middle East and Southeast Asia. And India has the potential to afford foreign students. And when a committee also was constituted under the chairmanship of Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, laid the foundation of Indian higher education. And at that time, the gist of that recommendation, which was given by Dr. Radhakrishnan, that of course we need to promote also the Indian education in abroad. And of course, I also would like to emphasize upon the roundtable of internationalization of Indian Higher Education, Association of Indian Universities and the University of Mysore discussed the mechanism to promote internationalization of Indian higher education also. The roundtable adopted Mysore's statement that the accepting internationalization of higher education as a fact of life in the new knowledge era, and it is also better to realizing internationalization would lead to the improvement in the quality of education and promote Indian culture abroad. It is very important. And after that, what the steps the university has taken and process through which the knowledge generated in one nation is shared with another in diverse form is very important. And of course, need to promote the generation of knowledge and its worldwide propagation, need to increase cultural exchange and facilities and the internationalization of course curriculum, and need to affect every kind of stakeholder, whether it is a student, whether it is a faculty, whether it is a academic, and whether it is alumni, whether it is even a parent also, and employer, of course. And enhances international academic credibility in terms of cross-border students flow and faculty exchange, international collaboration in research, and partnerships with the help of semester exchange, joint dual degree and training programs. And for that matter, internationalization of higher education in India received a very importance in the National Education Policy 2020, which envision encouraging internationalization by bringing some structural policy reforms. As per NEP allows the top 100 world-class universities to open international branch campuses, IBCs in India, for raising the standard of research and teaching to international levels and reducing the outbound mobility of Indian students, which rightly is told by Professor Sharma also. And NEP 2020 also advocates and focuses on the horizontal and vertical linkages of Indian universities with foreign educational institutions and integrate in terms of curriculum design, that is very important, exchange of faculty and students, and research, increasing the number of inbound students from other countries to India, and to take measures to retain outbound students in India. That is very important. And NEP 2020 aims to internationalize Indian campuses in a variety of ways, focusing on both domestic and inbound students, and also create global immersion programs, encouraging Indian universities to open branches, campuses in other countries. And it will attract international students, need low-cost quality education, that is must, simplifies visa and internship policies, allocating funds for Indian universities to develop course designing for international students, and special kind of funding should be there on this account for opening the IBS international centers in the universities, that we can put a recommendation from this platform, that special kind of funding must be there to few universities for this purpose, and encourage international research partnership and agreement for mutual recognition of degrees, and support for short-term programs and memorandum of understanding with other governments as well. Major reforms recommended as well in NEP is inviting selected universities, that is those from among the top 100 foreign universities, to operate in India. For that matter, my request to Professor Pankaj Mittalji to that the AIU can take an initiative in this direction, that for signing MOUs with few universities of India and foreign universities. For that matter, it is very important to take initiative on the part of AIU also. And encouraging high performing Indian universities to set up campuses in other countries as well, and setting up of international students offices at each higher educational institutions. And the key benefits will be the attract foreign students from the neighboring countries to India, result in easy collaboration, research partnership between India and foreign universities, and help in improving the quality of higher education. That is must. And selection of international branch campuses in India, how to select, for that purpose, mechanism and modus operandi must be decided, and maintenance international standards by the IBCs that is required, identifying areas essential for operationalization of branch campuses in India, and identifying subjects and area of research in IBCs. There should not be any duplication, because if really we want to implement even ABC for that purpose for the international students, because we cannot, we have to set a separate guidelines for the international students while implementing multiple entry, exit, and ABC, and also treating IBCs at par with the Indian institutions in matter of government funding and scholarships as well. That is also very important. And first, that mixed education pedagogy to have the best both of worlds, that is also required. Even conjointly developing MOOCs and e-learning contents with the partner institutes by the India and foreign institute, and combined pedagogy need to be developed in the regular curriculum, and liberty of designing curriculum at both the parts should be there. And third is global exposure, right? What kind of global exposure in the term of exchange program, maybe in the offering summer and winter schools, and providing scholarships to gain worldwide exposure, and broadening the horizons, and helping students in widening their personal and professional networking, and faculty empowerment. That is also very important with the help of exchange programs and lessons by the international faculty, and need to involve them, right? It from the board of studies of the universities as well as in the faculties there for exchange programs. Now, enabling policy for making India Vishwa Guru, that is very important. With the help of higher education, just Sharmaji, I will take 2 more minutes to wind up it. Higher education in interdisciplinary areas such as quantum technology, data science, cyber physical system, and so on is fast emerging as India's strength. And many academic programs are not available in neighboring countries, and India can play for that purpose a very important role to become a Vishwa Guru in bringing this to the neighborhood. And the web-based and hybrid learning offers multiple options for taking Indian higher educational institution program to abroad with minimal infrastructural requirement, and India can work with partner institutions abroad in evolving courses that will equip students' ambitions for the interdisciplinary programs. That is also the mandate of our NEP. Objectives of UGC guidelines that need to be fulfilled with the help of internationalization of higher education. India make an effective study destination for foreign students, and these are few objectives set by the UGC and need to be addressed by each higher educational institutions. And strategies for promoting Indian higher education abroad, and with the help of capacity building, with the help of small capsule courses, 3-month, 6-month certificate courses, and collaborative communication between India and international faculty and vice versa, and international dimensions to curricula in sciences, social sciences, and beyond, to spark a deeper reflection about courses contents and effective pedagogy to promote better learning outcomes for all the students. And this is very important. Offering a local language courses, that is very important, and bridge courses need to be developed on Indian knowledge system. ICAS, that is very important, and foster connections among domestic and international students, and offering short-term and non-degree niche courses, which is required to create global perception about Indian core competences in yoga. Yoga, as we know that we are the leader of the world in yoga, philosophy, Ayurveda, of course, during COVID time, we have shown to the whole world, Vedic, astrology, Sanskrit, NASA has accepted Sanskrit as its computer language, and Vastu Shastra. And credit recognition under twinning arrangement. Now because UGC has already allowed and finalized the guidelines also for starting the twin degree program and dual degree program, and for that matter, few twin degree programs we can take. But very important is that exit and entry system that need to be taken care of in that, while we are talking about the credit recognition for the twin degree program. Twin degree program either for few credits, either for the semester system, either for the internship program, and so on. Academic and research collaboration, that can be a short duration, that can be we can collaborate with the alumni at various foreign universities also. That is also very important for academic and research activities. Academic chairs we can establish also in the foreign, and similarly vice versa. And strategic research partnership and semester broad program under twinning arrangement, that we can go for. Until August 2022, guidelines on internationalization of higher education notified by University Grant Commission in July 2021, with provisions like setting up of the Office for International Affairs and Alumni Connect Cell in the campus of universities hosting foreign students. Till now, 179 universities established offices for international affairs, and 158 universities set up Alumni Connect Cells. To foster academic collaboration between Indian higher educational institutions and foreign higher educational institutions, UGC notified academic collaboration between Indian foreign higher educational institutions to offering twin degree program, joint degree program, dual degree program. Regulations 2022 on 2nd May 2022. This is very clear, and few world-class foreign universities and institutions recently shown interest in Gujarat to offer courses in financial management, fintech, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In this way, every state and state government with the universities and government university and private university need to come forward like Gujarat. India can again be Bishop Guru if really we focus on this, our traditional areas. And rightly Swami Vivekananda said, society is to be reformed. Education has to reach everyone, high and low, because individuals are the very constituent of society, and the sense of dignity rises in man when he becomes conscious of his inner spirit, and that is the very purpose of education. Thank you very much.
Professor Mittal has done a great job presenting before us what is the mandate of NEP 2020 and what can be done at our level as the Vice Chancellors. Professor Mittal has also provided us a hope as well as a roadmap that the Government of India is already working along the directions of promoting higher education campuses abroad of the Indian university. And the committee set up by UGC for the purpose. I happen to be one of the member of the core committee. Initially, a lot of thought was generated at that point, and I'm very happy that the task of the international office in the university has been well taken, and good numbers have already exhibited their willingness to set up international office in the university. Having said this, I think one of the key takeaway from Professor Mittal's campus is that we need to create an environment of international higher education within our own university. And we need to perhaps echo more and more about internationalization of higher education within the country to attract good number of students from abroad to opt out for our universities in great numbers. But there must be many burning questions in your mind that if it was so damn simple, why has it not been done for the last 20, 30 years that we have been debating and discussing this issue of attracting more and more foreign students to come from abroad? Maybe there are numerous answers and solutions to this very important problem. And we want to look at what can be done now, what we could not do earlier, and what can be done on a rapid pace or at a high speed with the Gati Sakti kind of speed by which we should be in a position to say that what we could not achieve in the last 50 years or last 30 years of globalization, we shall achieve that in the next 3 or 4 years of our higher education in India today. That's the context in which we need to now think. If we could not do in the past, that means nothing, no problem, don't worry about that. There may be many limitations. But today we are in a positive environment, and an environment by which we could leapfrog even pole vault if required to meet not only the demands which were generated yesterday, but to create new demands for higher education in countries abroad. And therefore, out-of-box thinking as well as strategic solutions and strategic points need to be properly understood before we jump on our feet to say that, yes, I can do it, or yes, we can do it. At this point, I take great pleasure in inviting Dr. Pawan Agrawalji to share his valuable thoughts on the subject, give us the benefit of his out-of-box thinking, as well as the benefit of the strategic roadmap that we need to adopt now in order to reach to the summit much earlier than otherwise would be possible without strategic planning and implementation with head, heart, and soul. Over to you, Dr. Pawan Agrawalji, please.
A very good morning to friends and colleagues from the higher education system in the country. As introduced, I'm Pawan Agrawal. I used to be in the higher education space from 1998 onwards till about 2014. I think unusual for a civil servant, to be in the higher education space for such a long time. That was about 14, 15 years. And last 8 years, I have been outside this space. So I have seen the developments in higher education sector from outside, as an observer, as somebody who is interested in higher education. Attending this session this morning is giving me a feeling of deja vu. In some sense, I'm a veteran in the higher education space, and it is very unusual to see that in this kind of a gathering, I just know a few people, Professor Suranjan Das, Professor G.D. Sharma, Professor Sharma here, and Dr. Mittal was my colleague at the University Grants Commission, where I served as financial advisor. And also, I would mention that I was also coordinator of new initiatives, something that we coined ourselves, for doing some extracurricular activities, which included promotion of Indian higher education abroad. So while, I think Professor Sharma has put me in tremendous pressure to share with you some out-of-box thinking, which I'll attempt to do, and I'll just do one thinking rather than, I think in terms of laying down the landscape of internationalization of higher education, issues, challenges, what has been done, what is proposed. I think both Professor Sharma and Professor Bansal have very, nicely put forward, everything for the benefit of all of us. But before I go on to this, I would like to reflect on a few things that have happened over the last, I would say, 25 years. From 1998 onwards till about 2022, 23 that we are in. And what we could perhaps think of, the next 25 years, what could possibly happen. So I'm taking a little long-term view. I still remember when I was in the Ministry of HRD, now Ministry of Education, and we were grappling with these issues. I was an officer at the rank of Deputy Secretary in the Government of India. And we were often asked questions, about brain drain. कि इतने लोग जा रहे हैं, देश को बड़ा नुकसान हो रहा है. अच्छा, so, and, deliberated on that and thought about it. For the first time, I think in those times itself, we started giving answers to the parliament questions, which was that brain drain, it's not brain drain, it is brain circulation. In fact, the impact that our people going abroad and seeking opportunities abroad has benefited the country in many, many different ways. And today, whether it is in terms of, highest positions in the corporate world, but also in politics. I think a lot of people who went abroad either directly or maybe through African countries, they are now in global leadership positions. In some sense, when we talk about internationalization of higher education, it's very difficult to say that who is a winner and who is a loser. And I think when Professor Sharma mentioned that in next 5 years, some 18 lakh students from India will be studying abroad, I don't know whether we should be happy or unhappy about it. Because many of the opportunities of studying abroad, they come with a little more opportunities for getting into the labor markets there. And as mentioned in my introduction, that I had also been a Fulbright scholar on higher education, opportunity to work with 30 scholars around the world. And one of my areas of interest has been internationalization and student mobility. And there's a lot that is written and deliberated upon in international literature about the benefits of internationalization of higher education. So when we purely talk in terms of student mobility, whether we are losing or gaining due to that by sending our students abroad, or whether by attracting foreign students to India, we again are depriving our students of the seats in universities in India by offering them to students abroad. And that is a very clear case of several public universities facing this dilemma, that when we are giving seats, limited number of seats to foreign students, are we depriving our own students from those educational opportunities? And that is the reason why foreign student seats were always, maybe decades ago, considered as supernumerary seats, that they will not be considered as a part of your sanctioned strength. So I will not touch upon those issues of student mobility, because these are very contentious issues. Things will happen the way they are happening, but over the last 25 years, and particularly, I think in the last 6-8 years, a lot has changed for India, and a lot has changed for the world. I think today there is a vacuum for global leadership position. In today's world, you cannot say that America is the country that holds the global leadership position. China is also, I think, losing that momentum to become, take the global leadership position. Over the last 6 to 8 years, India is slowly emerging as a serious contender to take global leadership position, particularly in an interconnected world that is driven by knowledge and technology. Because of, I think, very strong position in which we are due to our leadership in technology and knowledge. And along with that, the ancient wisdom that we can be so proud of, I think that is coming back to the fore, because the problems that the societies face, they are becoming too complex. And people are taking more holistic view. They are going to the ancient wisdom to figure out solutions to those problems. So it is not merely about our leadership in knowledge and technology, but also our leadership in holistic thinking, in the wisdom of ancient civilizations that we can bring to the world. So in this context, how does it relate to internationalization of higher education? If you look at it, countries that have benefited most from internationalization, if you can say Europe and America, they never looked at this internationalization effort purely from point of view of attracting students. They looked at it in the larger context of soft diplomacy or knowledge diplomacy. And that is being, recognized globally, that internationalization efforts are, I think, key to internationalization of higher education efforts can be key to expand your soft power in this very knowledge-driven globalized world. And I would, make my case and give this out of box one thought around expanding India's soft power, through internationalization of higher education. And that is also very relevant in the context of the overall theme of the AIU's, regional conferences and the national conference, which is about transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. How, we can transform India's higher education to actually make India Atmanirbhar. And this Atmanirbharta is for India is not about inward looking, that we are mostly focused about our domestic policies, but this Atmanirbharta has to be seen that how we can make India strong by not only looking inwardly, but also seizing opportunities that exist elsewhere, that are global opportunities for us. Now, coming back to the US experience of internationalization of higher education, one thing that comes to mind of every one of us when we talk of US higher education and their efforts towards internationalization is Fulbright scholarship. I myself was a Fulbright scholar. And when we talk about, whether US gains anything or loses anything by instituting such prestigious, liberally funded Fulbright fellowship, answer is not straightforward. I think it is not also immediate. I think they have done it for past 75 years. Fulbright program in US was started in 1946. Today, there are 300,000 Fulbrighters across the globe who have had that experience. And this, when you say that somebody so-and-so is a Fulbrighter, it's a matter of prestige for anybody. Dr. Mittal is, I think you are a Fulbright fellow as well. Okay. And many of us must be a Fulbright fellow in many sense. So when we talk about Europe's strategy for internationalization, you talk about Erasmus. Erasmus was started much later in 1987. And so far they have about 80,000 students that have been Erasmus fellows, as far as internationalization efforts in Europe are concerned. When I was going through the note that AIU has prepared on internationalization, I got myself updated on what has happened over the last 6-8 years. And I must congratulate Dr. Mittal and her team, Rama. This is an excellent note. I think a lot has happened. A lot of good things have happened. We have moved on merely from discussions to actually putting specific programs and guidelines and schemes and programs for internationalization in place, which is very, very good thing. When about 15 years ago, we were attending a similar conference, we were just discussing. Now, many of those specific policies are in place, specific schemes and programs are in place. So I think we have not done less. I think what we have not done is we have not created a single program that can create a brand for Indian higher education abroad. So what is missing is the branding of Indian higher education abroad. I think that is an opportunity that we have with us today. So how can we create a program, maybe by a little bit of building on existing programs, putting them under one umbrella, and create a program, something which is matching in ambition and scale to the Fulbright or Erasmus program. And the opportunity is here and now. I think in a week from now, India takes over as the presidency of the G20 nations. next 1 year, our international engagement of India is going to be at a very high level. You know, about 32 events at the ministers level are proposed to be held in the next 1 year involving G20 nations. And I'm sure that many of you are aware of what this G20 format of international engagement is all about, which will obviously include higher education as well. So I was proposing that can Association of India and Universities and India take the lead to initiate a U20 as a part of G20. And when I say this, there are, B20, businesses 20. So businesses of 20 nations come together under umbrella. In India, B20 is led by CII. Okay, so similarly, there is Women 20. So women, or there is Civil Society 20, CS20. So why not University 20? So there is a proposal, Professor Suranjan Das and Dr. Mittal for consideration of the Association of Indian Universities, that you put forward a proposal to create a U20, wherein India hosts universities from 20 G20 nations during the next 1 year to create primarily a brand for Indian higher education. I think rest of the world is not really aware of excellent developments that have taken place in India over the last decades or so. And most importantly, the development that we can really be proud of, not only government of India, government institutions of very high quality have been established in India, but private universities, they were, in my times 20 years ago, they were strict no. So they have very poor quality, poor infrastructure, poor faculty. I think that image changeover has taken place with leadership like Professor Sharma, Professor Preeti Bajaj, they are taking over the leadership of these private universities. We can now boast of, very high quality private universities, pretty much like the private universities in the US. Some of the most prestigious universities in the US are the private universities. The two universities where I spent my Fulbright time was Harvard University and Emory University. I really don't know what is the status of Harvard University, but I can say that Emory University is a private university. So Harvard University, I really don't know what is its status, whether it is a public university or a private university. It's a private university. Okay. Okay. Because it is, we don't even question whether it is a public or a private university. But so I think these developments that have taken place, it is a good opportunity to showcase the rest of the world of where Indian higher education is today. And as a part of that U20 conference, announce a flagship fellowship on the pattern of Fulbright program or Erasmus program. And we have done back of the envelope calculations for this. To run this program year after year, and with a sizable cohort of students, about 2,000 to 3,000 students, and primarily focused at postgraduate and doctoral level, the overall expenditure will be to the tune of 150 to 200 crores. So it's not going to be very much. I think we are already spending a significant amount of money for Studying India program. And I really have no idea of how far that is successful. But this is, I don't know whether it is an out-of-box idea or it is an usual idea. But what I'm basically suggesting to this house is that let us think big. Let us propose a U20 hosted by India during the India's presidency for G20. And as a part of that program, announce a massive, very prestigious, branded program like the Fulbright program or Erasmus program. And if we do so in the next 25 years, we will be able to create a cohort of 200,000 students who will have gone through this experience of, you know, I'm tentatively calling it as Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Fellowship. Bharat Bhagya Vidhata is that India is going to determine the destiny of the world, is loosely translated. So Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Fellowship, in the next 25 years, we have, 200,000 BBF fellows, across the world with that kind of an experience. So this is a specific idea around what we can do with internationalization of education. I must, place on record my deep appreciation for, the work that AIU has done in this particular area, particularly in terms of putting together that network for internationalization of higher education. I think it is very timely, and this network can actually take ownership to host the U20 in the coming year, because many of these ideas, unless we place them at a higher pedestal, getting branding and getting visibility in policy space and across the globe is going to be very, very difficult. You have an advantage of, the strength, collective strength of all universities in the system. And I must also place on record the good work that the Government of India has been doing in terms of promoting internationalization of education. I think with this, I'll close my brief remarks and thank Professor Sharma for forcing me to share this out-of-box ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavan Agrawal ji. As expected, out-of-box as well as the strategic thinking, thought-provoking ideas with which we need to now take head-on the challenge of pushing the frontiers of internationalization of higher education, making a big sense in terms of attracting very many quality students to our country, at the same time putting our own house in order in improving the quality education. Three words reverberate in my mind, and I'm sure they must be in your mind as well. The first one, the sir has talked about wisdom of the ancient, and we need to capitalize on that wisdom in the most modern way, and we have to understand how to do it. And this ancient wisdom would attract people to come towards India to learn about the new lifestyle, the new ways by which you could live happy and healthy for 100 years on the strength of yoga, meditation, and Ayurveda, and also your food habits by which you are able to ensure that your metabolism remains right up to 100 years of your life. The second point which sir has made about is knowledge diplomacy. I think it's a very important point, Pavan, you have made, because knowledge diplomacy is very, very important. People like Mr. Pavan himself and myself, they are witness to the great gains coming out of knowledge diplomacy. I myself went on a scholarship not as prestigious as Fulbright, which Pavan had great privilege, of course. I went on Government of India national scholarship. In those days, hundreds of these scholarships were there to send our own student abroad. Today, you require the reverse one. You require India scholarships to attract thousands of students from countries abroad to come to our country and to market our own higher education, our own culture, our own wisdom, so that we are in a position to attract people towards us. We've got to market it that way. But knowledge diplomacy is very important on the strength of Fulbright scholarship, the idea of branding higher education of India on the strength of new initiative of U20. That's the third point sir has made, very important. And sir has also talked about Fulbright scholarship. I would say think in terms of undergraduate scholarship, postgraduate scholarship, doctoral scholarship, postdoctoral scholarship, and of course, high quality, high impact Fulbright scholarships. You can christine them in the Indian name the way it is fine like. So these are brilliant ideas. I'm sure you must have many questions by now in your mind to be threshed out in this action-oriented, thought-provoking technical session. I only learned by turning the pages of the booklet that you have already, in fact, discussed other aspects of higher education relating to international collaboration, creating higher dimensions of research and integrating them in higher education, and also trying to understand what can be done in terms of creating that vital actually entity in India. So since we have already got 2 or 3 technical sessions on the subject relating to higher education, research, collaboration, internationalization, I'm sure there must still be some questions in your mind to be threshed out from my speakers. And also if you have anything which I could answer directly, I'll be very happy to do that. So anybody from the audience, you have to raise your hands and shout at the top of your voice so that it reaches not only to me, to my speakers, but to hundreds of them who must be connected online to this online discussion that is taking place. मुझे अच्छा नहीं मुझे बताया गया था कि तिवारी साहब नहीं प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, मुझे कोई तकलीफ नहीं, अगर है तो बताइए मैडम मित्तल, मुझे बताया गया था कि तिवारी साहब का गला खराब है, खराब तो मेरा भी था, लेकिन मैंने भारत माता से प्रार्थना की कि इससे बड़ा मौका मिलेगा नहीं कि मैं पवन जी को सुनूं, पवन गुरु, पानी पिता, माता धरत महंत, और इससे बढ़िया क्या मुझे हो सकता है कि मैं सतपाल बंसल साहब की कंपनी में बैठ करके इसको प्रोसाइड करूं और सुनने वालों में AIU के प्रेसिडेंट बैठे हों, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बैठे हों, सेक्रेटरी जनरल और हमारे वाइस चांसलर एमिनेंट कलीग्स बैठे। तो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एनी क्वेश्चंस इन योर माइंड, बर्निंग, प्लीज।
सभी को नमस्कार। First of all, I would like to, express my sincere appreciation for both the speakers, Dr. Satprakash Bansal and Dr. Pawan Agrawal. They have done really the job brilliantly. Especially, they have tried to cover everything what should have been covered, and especially Pawanji has, given a different kind of idea, which perhaps we can always call it out of box idea. In fact, I have been also, as a Commonwealth Fellow, spent my 5 years in Cambridge, and I totally agree with the idea of Pawanji that I think by instituting fellowships, it's not like wastage of money. I think this is really good way of telling your own things to the whole globe. Perhaps, when I went to Cambridge, I remember British Council spent a lot of money on me. I was also given my full fees for PhD and a lot of fellowship for my maintenance and things like that. But then I was thinking that what England is getting out of that. At that point, I did not consider, what they're getting out of that. But now, after listening to Pawan Agrawalji, I really 100% agree. I think they were spending this money to build their own on reputation and, to spread their own things to the whole globe. Because I remember after that, maybe there are about 10, 15 students were going to Cambridge on this kind of fellowship. But slowly we started telling, the good thing about Cambridge to all my fellow Indians, my fellow colleagues here. And that helped a lot to Cambridge. I remember hundreds of Indian students started pouring in the Cambridge system. So I think this is a very good idea. Perhaps we need to take step, and this is a good opportunity when India is taking presidency of
anything beyond what
countries.
Mr. Pawan has said.
And what I would like to say, but yes, that's fantastic. I mean, but you see, before we do this, I think there is strong need of making big changes in our education system also. Especially, for example, we can find out about 100 A++ or 100 A+ best universities of the country. And if somehow government can support to make its infrastructure in terms of hostels, for example, we need to really create a very good environment for, residential accommodation. I know many of the universities are doing very good in education, but they are not able to provide best kind of infrastructure for residence in accommodations, things like that. So I think we need to spend some money on those things also. And similarly, we need to spend some money on modernization of our laboratories. I know we have got a lot of strength in teaching. We have got brilliant teachers, but still we need to, as a nation. I remember in China, same kind of things happened, and they spent a lot of money, especially in making their infrastructure and making these kind of things better, so that people from abroad start coming. With the China story is different because their language is different, but in India we have the advantage of the language. Everyone understands English. So I think this is the best opportunity, and we should take use of this.
Very good. The point is well taken. Infrastructure is important. We need to understand the sensitivity with which the international students come to India in terms of the hostel facilities and what they require in an environment where they could feel safe and enjoy, in fact, that India's culture that inspires them to think of the whole world as one family, breathe, of course, good quality air and drink quality water. And we need to
Exactly. So my
focus on
request
those
to AIU
aspects.
will be,
Since the time
my
is
request
limited,
to
I'll
AI
have to
my
focus.
request to AIU will be, make sure that we give some recommendations,
We
to
will.
make these kind of changes in system.
We will. India is spending a lot on infrastructure. So beyond the roads and bridges and tunnels, I think the educational infrastructure, of course, yes, require
Thank you very
support.
much.
And we need to go beyond 1 lakh crore, which we have reserved for our education, including higher education. Professor Sir. Sir is from the.
I am from Delhi Pharmaceutical Science and Research University. So I will be very specific for the health science and medical related. Like, see, number one is that we consider that probably Indian knowledge system, Ayurveda, or IUC in general, these are the niche areas for which probably there will be attraction to set up the campus outside. But to me, I am considering other thing also, that if 18 lakhs are going abroad, many of them are in some medical or the engineering also. That means our Indian education is very good there. It is correct. And if they attract us, they get benefited. That means setting up, we have to look into that area also. I will give only one example and I will stop because it will take a lot of time. I've been appointed in Russia as visiting professor. That was I'm the second Russian, non-Russian only to get that position in Stavropol University. Likewise, in Malaysia also, I was appointed as a distinguished visiting professor. Now, when I visited there in Malaysia, they told us, sir, here in Malaysia, we are strong in clinical pharmacy. And I could see that 5,000 RMs were given per month to the students after that. But they say that because of this, our whole industrial orientation is gone. We want you that can we collaborate and set up something here? I request that, is it not possible to see beyond certain area? This is what my question and recommendation.
Very well taken. Any quick response to how do you map out the needs of the foreign students or foreign nations of higher education, which you can put together in India? Because, in marketing, it is always important to know what the other side want. And it is also equally important to convince them that you have what they want. And this is how मैं तो marketing में बड़ा poor रहा अपनी जिंदगी में. I would have marketed myself also much better. But really speaking, in marketing, you need to understand what kind of higher education the other side is looking for, and you have to market what higher education you have so that the matching of the two sides take place and you get attracted, in fact, the student to your university. Sir has raised the right point. So that is another effort, Dr. Mittal. We need to see how AIU can go about understanding the needs of higher education of foreign students, both from the lower income group country as well as from the advanced countries of the world. And what can Indian higher education offer to meet that need? Maybe that need is in terms of Ayurveda, God knows. Maybe that need is in terms of understanding your culture much better, your life philosophy, your food technologies, understanding much better. Maybe tomorrow is what I've called the life technologies, which will be the next tech would be life tech. So it's very important for us to understand what they may be looking at, understanding how you are so good in mathematics and computing that you produce Sakuntala Devi kind of person from this country. So if you are able to sensitize them and meet the requirement of their need, I'm sure a lot of work could be done. Anything quick you want to say, sir, in this regard to make India truly a Vishwaguru by matching the needs of the foreign students?
No, you have already answered. With regard to your question, this is true that why 3 lakh students are studying there in Ukraine?
our most respected Lata Mangeshkar sir, who told me that unless you keep the microphone at the right place, you would not be able to echo your sentiments or your thoughts. Correct, sir.
Could I first compliment the panel? Excellent discussion and submission. And I would like particularly to compliment Dr. Pavan Agarwal for his excellent suggestion of using education as a tool of soft diplomacy. India is also now a permanent member of the UN Security Council. So that can also, that position, non-permanent member of the UN Council. And I think that position India will continue to hold till the middle of 2023. So given the chairmanship of G20, the membership, non-permanent membership of India in United Nations, these two can be taken together to use education as a soft power diplomacy. Having said that, I mean, again, giving my experience of studying abroad, I was also a recipient of the National Scholarship for Study Abroad. Now, I always feel that internationalization is not a brick and mortar issue. Internationalization of education does not necessarily imply that we build a big campus, a good laboratory, and so on. But those of us who have studied abroad also have brought back the idea that education abroad, particularly developed countries, has a certain culture of its own. The culture of cosmopolitanism, the culture of freedom of expression, the culture of assimilation, the culture of, the relationship between the teacher and the taught, relationship between the students. Now, that sort of learning culture has also to be developed in the Indian campuses. Unless that is done, it is very difficult to attract the foreign students. Take, for example, the various racial assaults that the African students have faced in Delhi. Take, for example, some of the issues that affect the foreign students of not getting visas. So you referred to the Indian embassies abroad. Unfortunately, the education section in most of the Indian embassies do not do their work properly, even compared to the other developing countries. So I think that culture of learning, as it is developed in the developed countries, has also to be imbibed by the Indian campuses if we want to ensure the entry of the foreign students. But the institution of the G20 scholarship is an excellent idea that can provide us with an entry point of a new dimension in internationalization of higher education.
Absolutely right. The Honorable President of AIU has rightly hit the nail. He has understood the crux of the problem. Unless you create that vibrant culture by which the people are attracted towards you beyond the brick and mortar infrastructure, that remains as the soft culture. How you treat your student, how do you create that faith and empathy with the internationalization, how do you look after their needs, and how do you ensure that they imbibe your culture with great faith and respect, because it is something very valuable for them as much as it is for us, that kind of environment. But more than that, the learning environment in which the freedom and autonomy to learn what they really wish to and the way they wish to. I've seen countries abroad, many of the teachers are sitting under a tree and discussing with their student on a small table. And I want to see that happening here, so that the environment is created where much of the learning takes place beyond the classrooms, and you are in a position to freely connect to your teachers rather than simply calling them sir, sir, sir. You need to now ensure that teachers and students learn together, that kind of environment. And it is all that we need to that's the agenda that all vice chancellors, I'm sure, are capable of. They understand this need. Only thing is, can we do it? When we go back from this session, people should say, बदले बदले से सरकार नजर आते हैं. ये तो पेड़ के नीचे बैठ करके 10-20 लड़कों के साथ डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं. What can AI do? What can AI not do? What can AI should not do actually? And how we can go about ensuring that, like IT for all, AI becomes also for all. And at the same time, ensure that just like IT is doing a lot of havoc, AI does not create that havoc. So this discussion need to go outside the classroom, and we need to pick up such like threads in terms of the burning issues and problems, and even going beyond the set curriculum and structured curriculum that we normally prepare and prescribe for our student community. So I'm sure this learning environment requires a great, not just infrastructure push, but push in terms of creating that vibrant learning environment conducive to deep learning, learning beyond classroom, collaborative learning, learning in which teachers and students learn together, learning in which we learn a lot from the society and take on board our industries and corporates also into this environment. So a lot more. Dr. Alok Mishra, here, our additional secretary from the AIU.
Is a joint secretary. With permission of Honorable Secretary General, Madam, I would mention that two things that AIU felt about when students basically go abroad and they're facing the problem of equivalence now. Then we, with Madam, we closed the MEA and MEA meeting. That's we just basically put up thought to set up a portal like that. Now, Government of India and Prime Minister also appreciated for the idea of AIU. And we attended too many meetings and they finalized the Global Student Portal. And there we find all universities and they try to solve all problems. And so that you can collect exact data of all students and which area from which state students are going abroad and which country is going. First thing that. So I would like to really to apprise about this thing. Second, the vice versa, that Government of India is just apprised about this thing that they are very concerned from which countries most students want to visit India and which type courses they are basically selecting. So I think when you have exact data, then you can map properly and then we can go ahead. Third point is that when the fellowship like they offer, there is statement of purpose. They mention that how you going to contribute your country, why you feel fit for the fellowship, and what is your vision for your nation. So there is a bond for that, some fellowship. We also attended in UK, during UK study, we had to fill up a bond that when you're going to back country, you have to serve in the country when going back. So it's not like more attraction nowadays foreign study. Basically, now India have a reservation policy. You know, the admissions are very tough in there, and jobs also reservation policy and other things. So students and guardians are basically motivating such way. If you have talent, go abroad and they will provide job opportunities. There's open platforms. So if like that, if you want our student to be controlled,
I'm so happy
to work on that area also.
So happy to know, and I'm sure good dividends would be there out of this initiative. We need to map out what our own students who go abroad they are doing, connect with them with empathy, not treating them as those who have dejected our country, but treating them as those who are our resources, to understand their needs, the country where they have gone, and through them to understand how best we can market our own higher. They could be our ambassador. You are doing great job. When they are returning to India, please connect to them, even ask them to send you a small video clip or their thoughts and blogs and whatnot, and lot more can be realized. It's a great initiative. It needs to be done, but it needs to go beyond. You need to open this portal also to the foreign students who may be looking towards India to understand what we have, what we can offer, how do we do it, go out offering this, what initiatives are there. I'm sure that can be part 2 of this particular portal, and that way we would be able to serve both our own student as well as the student from the foreign countries in get number. Anybody else for any other brilliant question before I close the question answer? Is I've got 2 hands. One is on the right on the back with the permission of Dr. Pani. If I can take the first one, the younger one, and then come back to you.
Yeah.
So these are the last 2 questions with the permission, unless somebody is really trying to. Okay, sir. Okay, you can go first. Just wait for a minute, young man, or you can come forward if you do not mind. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, sir. The phrase for what Professor Das was saying is the ecosystem. Most of us know this. And replicating ecosystem is a very difficult task and a complex phenomenon. It should not confine. I mean, Sri Agarwal, if you may please permit me to say this, it wouldn't confine only to the portals of an institute or university. It has to be in the society itself, the ecosystem, respecting the scholarship so that the intellect moves into that direction. Otherwise, it may move into even negative and unproductive directions. The Nobel laureates have established it. We all are familiar. That kind of an ecosystem, unless goes along with the U20 kind of a proposition that Sri Agarwal had made. The efforts of U20 may lead to popularizing or creating brand to other environments and not necessarily the Indian environment. So this has to be coupled appropriately. And one last thing I would want to say, it pained me whenever Sri Agarwal said he is away from education and what's happening in education since last few years, because it definitely pains me, because the commitment and dynamism that he brought to education industry during his reign is phenomenal. And that is seen even now. So I wish he continues to remain active there, and we all will be supporting him in his ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. Very quickly, gentlemen, you better come here before you descend. थोड़ा इधर आगे आ जाओ, कोई तकलीफ नहीं, आपको बैठने की जगह दूंगा front line में.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, sir, I wanted to bring your attention toward one of the incident happened last October 18.
दबी दबी जवान में क्यों बोल रहे हो? मेरे
Okay, sir.
से उम्र में छोटे हो ऐसा लगता है मुझे, लेकिन जरा बताओ अपनी बात को स्पष्ट शब्दों
Okay,
में.
sir. So this was the incident in one of the private university in Gurgaon, where what had happened, there was a clash between African students and the local students because of their cultural difference. So my question is like, to the Pawan sir, like how will, like if we bring this much students to the university, how we will be managing that cultural difference and what we will be doing for the culturalization of Indian students and those who are coming to the India. So for studying, it's a quite challenge because a lot of students went to the hospitals because of a cultural difference.
Very good, very
Yes,
good.
sir.
Thank you so much indeed. कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
I think this is an important question, but as campuses become more and more international, they will figure out what those differences are. जब दो आदमी रहते हैं तो थोड़े clashes तो होते ही हैं उसमें. And I think there are universities, maybe even Galgotias University, I'm sure, they have figured it out that how these differences, it is basically two human beings, whether they stay in Africa or they stay next door, the clash is likely to happen. So I think a mutual understanding of each other's position is very important, and that is part of our education. I think I could not recollect where we met, but I'm so sorry that you felt bad about my not associating with over the last 5-6 years. But those differences are there in society, and he's talking of a larger ecosystem. And larger ecosystem, this is the responsibility of our higher education institutions to ensure that these differences do not happen.
Point about African student is well taken, sir. When I went myself, at midnight, I entered my hostel. This was for 5 students, and we were all sharing a common kitchen and common bathroom. The person who opened was from Uganda. In the morning, my British friend told me, I said, what? Don't talk to this fellow. He looks horrible. I said, horrible? He looks quite charming because he gave me a smile that too at midnight, I came from India directly here, opened the door, even asked me, would you like to have a cup of tea? I have some Indian tea which you can make. So how do you call him horror? He said, oh, it looks. I found he was one of my best friends, believe it or not. And the fellow was knowing more about India than I did because he did a lot of studies on Panchayat Raj of India, and he had come for PhD in Birmingham University at that time. Many of these students are very brilliant. There are aberrations, of course. Sometimes fight may take place. Sometimes we may not agree or accept their ideas or their way of working, but thresh that out. That's the part of the job which vice chancellors are assigned to ensure that the diversity of students is maintained, but at the same time, the diversity should not result into the divisions or complications of living and working together in a peaceful environment in the university. I have myself ensured that the foreign student, Indian student rub their shoulders, but never fight with each other, give a smile to each other and learn from each other's best practices in their countries. So a lot more can be done. And this I have done in Delhi College of Engineering. I've seen this happening in my Amity University is also in great number. We have the largest number of foreign students in our 11 campuses in India, and we have 17 campuses abroad also, where a large number of foreign students have come to the international campuses of our university. And we have learned how to ensure that the diversity is respected, utilized for a common cause, and never allowed to create that divide or the kind of hatred that may unnecessarily be created. So I think there are ways and means of doing it. I'm sure my learned vice chancellors are all capable of doing it. Before I go to you, sir, Dr. Pani will curse me because Dr. Pani and Dr. Ramapani have given me this opportunity to sit on this chair. I'm grateful to them.
Sir,
Very
it's
quickly
Secretary.
from you.
Sir, it's Honorable Secretary General and Honorable President, Honorable Vice President. Sir, we have not given the opportunity.
We are grateful
By
to
this-
both of you.
By this, sir, I have a short and simple question. First, my comment to Dr. Agarwal, that your idea is excellent, well appreciated and admired also. But the issue is that by creating Fulbright and your fellowship for senior executives of the government and a few other fellowships, I understand the knowledge diplomacy has taken a mode for creating intellectual resources, a repository of intellectual resources. And these Fulbright scholars, those who go abroad, exchange ideas, produce some research reports, get back to our country, that has helped America to boost their economy through research and innovation, and even other countries also, those who are putting that kind of scholarships. So it's a good idea, and it can, and a doable idea also can be done. Only one thing I sometimes get confused and puzzled, that any discussion on internationalization always degenerates into only attracting foreign students. My question is internationalization all about only attracting the foreign students? There are lots of, see in Pune 2015, we had organized the roundtable of the vice chancellors of devising policies on internationalization of higher education. So many aspects are there. I understand the time is very short, but my question is only that, how can we shift the mindset of our educational policymakers, our teachers, faculty members, vice chancellors, institutions, to shift the mindset that only relying upon the revenue generation model, attracting students, how can you shift and to look at the thing
Very
things
good. Very good
on a
point.
broader canvas? Thank you
Very,
so much.
very good point. I think what Dr. Pani is trying to say that we have to restate what university really means. Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramshila, and whole lot of Indian ancient universities were not only for India. They were in true sense for the whole of the world. And that is why the best of the inspired minds came to India and study here. We need to understand that universities anywhere in the world are not for that particular nation only or for that serving the needs of only the limited few. They are open for the brilliant and inspired mind coming from anywhere in the world to come to the university for a purpose, to prepare themselves for life, to serve the humanity with great commitment, dignity, and honor, but also with great dedication to create the world in which you want to live and you want others to live. So I think that part, I think AIU, I'm sure, should continue to echo in all its conferences that we need to revisit the very purpose and meaning of universities in the new knowledge and innovation age, in the age of globalization of higher education, and reinstate this point. Before I quickly wind up in just few minutes before we are thrown out because we have overstepped the time limit as prescribed for this particular session. We began a little late, but just very quickly, sir, to you, Professor Singh. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm from AIU University, Bathinda. I have a specific answer to the query what the young man had raised over here. We also have African students with us. What we do, sir, you have talked about diversity to be honored. To be, so we encourage them to showcase their cultural heritage, what they have brought from Africa. And in turn, sir, we have found them very interested in learning our Punjabi culture as well. So they play games together. They are very keen to play football in the evening. They play cricket with our own students. And there's a total bonhomie amongst the students what we have from different countries with us. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Well, very well said. We all have great experience of the great good things that happen when the foreign students come to us. I've handled, in fact, many nations and students from the nations around the world in our universities wherever I was. Let me finish now by giving my concluding remarks for this very important, enlightening, thought-provoking, action-packed, action-oriented technical session on promoting Indian higher education abroad. In the reverse order, I'll go about the out-of-box thinking, which Sri Pavan Agrawal ji has very well put before us, that we need to brand, in fact, now higher education of India, and for branding, we need to go out of box thinking. U20, of course, initiative would do great actually advantage for India, and this need to be taken up in the right spirit. I'm sure this could be one of our major recommendations coming from this important technical session. But branding should not merely be only in terms of Fulbright scholarship. As I said, we need to roll out a whole lot of scholarships. And today, India is not an ordinary country. We are among the top economies of the world. We are aspiring to be even number 3, number 2, or maybe by 2031, number 1 economy of the world. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves how India need to now invest on education, higher education for India, and higher education attracting in great number the students from the neighboring lower income group, but also from the advanced nations of the world. If we can devise our scholarship base once again, revisit it. When we were poor, that time we were giving a scholarship to Indian students to go abroad. Today we are rich. We can give scholarships for very many foreign students to come and study in India. And if you design and devise your policies for attracting foreign students on the strength of your economy that you have today, I think wonders are possible. Let me also say that the globalization of Indian economy has done wonders for the industry, for the trade, for businesses. Today, you have in the list people who are aspiring to be the richest people in the world. In good number, you have the Fortune 50 companies, and also Forbes list of rich people now comprises of great many India. You have done good job in terms of economic strength that created for our country, and we are aspiring to be number 1. But have we utilized the opportunity of globalization for globalization of higher education, take advantage of internationalization at home that we could have achieved by this time, as well as market our high quality education in frontiers abroad. That opportunity is knocking at our doorstep now, and therefore the meaning and purpose of globalization of higher education need to be better understood in terms of the action-oriented strategic points by which we are able to maximize the inflow of foreign students to India and minimize the outflow of talented Indians abroad. I'm not averse to brain drain, but I do not want really this to happen continuously and continue to cause pressures on the minds of policymakers really to get disheartened that the talented people are going outside my country. I put figures before you to sensitize you that the amount of money being spent is no ordinary money. It's almost 10 times the total budget of our nation. And they are going for a specific purpose. They are going for specific disciplines. And if you do the analysis, you will find that engineering still remains at the top of the pop. But the newer areas of engineering and technology are a major attraction in terms of computer and mathematics and computer, the new layers of data science, artificial intelligence, robotics, increased automation, and the layers associated with it, the new materials, nanoscience and technology. Of course, life sciences have been a great attraction for studies abroad, but now reverse flow is also taking place at the higher level. So I think that's the point we need to, I think the point which has been made in this session, which I also told along, that we have tremendous ancient wisdom before with us as a part of our heritage, as a part of our culture. And that could be, this should be marketed properly. I do not know how many of you are aware, every day I'm receiving an email from Harvard University. I'm not an alumnus of Harvard. Since I'm the Vice Chancellor, and these mails are not saying that you come and study here. What they are really trying to say, how do I solve your life problems? Since you are an old man, how do I keep your metabolism right? How do I give you tips to and manage that your aging effect does not come on your face? Maybe the bright face I'm putting up is primarily because large number of such inputs under what Pavan has called knowledge diplomacy are taking place. The minute you connect people on softer side, make them understand, then Harvard will go at least millions of times in my mind. I will share this with my son, grandson, as well as the students and teachers of my university. And look at this. This is called passive marketing, not active marketing. So you have so many good things to happen. I want to say that All India Medical Institute, PGI Chandigarh, SARS Pharmaceutical University sends out mail and sensitize them the goodness of what India has in terms of healthcare. But you need to redefine healthcare for India as well as for the rest of the world. That healthcare is not super specialty treatment of disease. Healthcare is to create the vital immunity in such a manner that when the virus comes, it comes to a vice chancellor and says, oh, sir, I'm at the wrong place. Namaste, sir. I'm going somewhere else. So the immunity of the kind that our forefathers created on the strength of the lifestyle, the food habits, the yoga and meditation, Ayurveda, and the natural medicines, which are now becoming popular in terms of nano-medicines and nano-structured medicine. I think these are something we need to sensitize the world about this wisdom, and who else can do it? We need to sensitize about our history and wisdom through variety of passive means before we start telling them that come and study in my country. The minute these millions of times these things go in the minds of people, they themselves will say, why should I not go and study in this country? Of course, on the back, you can also mount on LinkedIn some good things happening in your great institutions, and that will create a greater understanding and awareness of the context in which the higher education in India is making great advances. So I think that this is very important. Marketing is important. All vice chancellors, in my opinion, must get a short-term, a small package, maybe of a few hours on how to market your own university. We have understood this much better in Amity, and that is why 11 universities in India and 17 campuses abroad, including in the advanced nations of the world, including in China, in Singapore, in America, in Russia also, in Tashkent, and also in Romania, in Holland, and also we are now entering in Europe in a big way through not only universities, but also high quality school education, which the universities can offer. So this is the way you have to aggressively market yourself. Last point which I have managed here is very, very important, is that the point raised by my honorable president of AIU. I am a past president of AIU, therefore I have to pay highest respect to the wisdom shared by the president, sir, in this publicly in this house. The environment that we maintain in our university, in my opinion, need to be revisited from the point of view of creating that desired vibrancy, desired inspirational learning, deep learning, having faith in education that we get, and preparing this environment in a manner that the international student find it much better to live and work here. When I look at my own grandchildren studying in the American universities, I'm in touch with them every time. Before coming here also, I talk to them, what you want me to say to the learned quarters of my vice chancellor. They said, sir, talk about the learning environment, which is something which is very, very important, because more than anything else, learning environment is very, very important when you opt out for a university for your studies. Last but not the least, the quality of life, the quality of air, quality of water, the quality of food which you present to the people within the country as well as abroad. I think those who come here is very, very important. We need to pay the greatest attention to lead by example, for which we have already taken a pledge at Mysore when the annual meeting of the Vice Chancellor took place. I was with Dr. Pankaj Mittal that time, chartering that pledge with the Vice Chancellors have made. One of the pledge was lead by example in your own university, to say that my air quality is better than the quality that you have in the neighborhood. Say this. You say, lead by example, and say that every single drop of water is not only harvested, but every single drop of wastewater is reprocessed, reutilized within my campus, and I'm securing water security of the highest order and providing the air quality at least 3 times or 4 times better than what the Millennium City of Gurgaon can provide to people, or what the National Capital City of Delhi can provide. It is this kind of leadership. The student will take you seriously because they learn more by examples rather than from the books in this days, and therefore quality of life that you offer and the opportunity that you provide there, in my opinion, very good. Let me finish by saying that the road for internationalization of higher education is wide open. And there are great opportunities at hand, and we as the vice chancellors have to lead by example in setting our own campuses to meet and greet the international students in great numbers, market our own universities within India and abroad, respect the diversity of culture, and also with folded hand, pray to the government of India through AIU began that the name of our university, our ministry has been certainly changed for a good cause to Ministry of Education. But when I went abroad, it was called Ministry of Education and Culture, because the culture and education were together in order to send the message that the purpose of education is not merely to serve the dimension of knowledge or for that reason capabilities or career aspirations. It is to create in you an abiding faith into trading and transacting as a human being up to the last breath of life. And therefore, the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education need to work together in order to fulfill the long cherished demand of attracting highest numbers of international students to India. And it will happen only if culture and education come together, sensitize the international community about the ancient wisdom, but at the same time market our higher education with great faith and empathy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me finish by thanking you all to be my patient listeners for the brilliant questions that you raised from the forum. And let me also thank my brilliant speakers with me on left and right. As I said, nothing could be better than being in the company of Professor Sat Prakash ji, Bansal Sahab, and also Pavan Agrawal ji, my very dear friend whom I have known for several decades. In fact, he had that commitment to see India marching on the path of progress, prosperity, and great eminence in education, higher education included. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Madam Secretary General, Dr. Pani, Dr. Rama Pani, and the officers of AIU for giving me this opportunity to be with you this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your hypnotic and mesmerizing proclamation. Now, to honor our chairperson and distinguished speakers, may I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University, Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, to present a memento to our chairperson, Professor P.B. Sharma. Again, I request Madam to present memento to Professor Sat Prakash Bansal. To Shri Pavan Agarwal. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's a short tea break. The session will be resumed after 10 minutes, and thereafter we'll have AIU business session.
We also have with us Professor Pankaj Mittal, General Secretary AIU, and we have Vice President AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma. Ma'am, over to you.
So a very good afternoon to all of you. And thanks for being here for the 2 days for the AIU North Zone Conference. And this session is not related to the topic of the conference. This is AIU business session. In AIU business session, we tell you what AIU is doing for, say, especially in the last year, what are the achievements and what new things we have done. And I will make a small presentation on what we have done. We will take just 10 minutes because we want to wind up this session by 1:30 or so. And after that, we will seek your views on how we can improve the functioning of AIU, what more we should be doing, if you have any suggestions so that we can help you better, we can assist the universities better. So that is the purpose of the AIU business session. So before I start with the presentation, I'll request the Honorable President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das, to say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal, our Honorable Vice President of the AIU, Professor Sharma, my distinguished Vice Chancellors, members of the AIU. Could I first once again thank Galgotias University for hosting this North Zone Vice Chancellors meet. As Dr. Mittal had pointed out, although this session is not related to the problematic that has been chosen for the interactive session of this meet, but this is also a crucial session because it is through this session the AIU interacts, the AIU authorities interacts with its members, which is very, very crucial. So it's a very crucial session. And without further ado, could I request Dr. Pankaj Mittal to make a presentation?
To all of you. Quickly, in 10 minutes, I will just talk about what AIU is and what it has done in last 1 year, because this after 1 year, we are holding the zonal conference. And then we will seek your suggestions on what we should be doing more than what we have done already. So let us start with the presentation next. So just for those who have entered into the portals of AIU just now, AIU was established as an inter-university board on 23rd of March, 1925. And after that, I mean, that's why we say that it is 97 years old. And after that, it became a society by the name Association of Indian Universities in 1967. And the stalwarts like Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Dr. Shrimali, Dr. Mudaliar, who was education minister also, and we are very well aware of the Mudaliar committee report. We are very well aware of the Radhakrishnan committee report in the education sector. So they have served as the presidents of AIU in the past. Next. So this is the present membership of AIU. You know that there are around 1,100 universities in the country. Out of that, 912 are the members of AIU, which includes all sorts of universities. It's not only state or central or private, it is all types of universities. So we have 46 central universities, 370 state universities, 118 deemed universities, 310 private universities, 310 private universities, and 54 institutions of national importance as our Indian members. And apart from that, we have 14 international members who are the associate members. इसमें आएगा नहीं आएगा क्योंकि मेरे को उधर देखना पड़ेगा. So we have 14 associate members who are the international universities in various parts of the world. Next. Next, Karo. So what are the functions and activities of the AIU? AIU basically works like a think tank on higher education. So we do a lot of deliberations in AIU, and that we share with the government also, and which helps in the policy making. So it works like a think tank on higher education. It works like a bridge between the government and the universities, means that if the government wants to implement something, they approach AIU and we help them implementing. For example, the recent was implementation of national education policy. So we had devoted 1 full year on the national education policy so that the people understand NEP and they know how to implement it. And we came out with a report also which gave Recommendation wise, I mean, for every recommendation, it was given that who is the actor responsible, what is the time frame, what that actor should be doing for implementing the recommendation, and that actor could be government, regulatory bodies, universities, colleges, teachers, students, anybody. We do hold a lot of capacity building and leadership development programs. We also conduct a lot of research. We do very good publications are brought out by AIU, which are shared by the member universities. We do a lot of information dissemination on behalf of the government and also on behalf of foreign countries. For example, if there are fellowships, scholarships for the students, teachers. So we keep it to the, bring it to the knowledge of our university so that they can further disseminate it to their students and teachers. We do a lot of cultural activities and youth festivals in terms of zonal, national, and international youth festival. So that because we want to reach out to the students, teachers, vice chancellors, head of the institutions, all. So this is an activity targeted at the students. We do sports promotion events and championships. Lot many sports activities. I'll come to that slide later. And one of the primary responsibilities which has been a mandate of the Government of India to the AIU is equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. So that mandate has been given to AIU, and very lately, seeing the type of work we are doing in equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees, we have also been given the mandate of equating Indian school boards with each other. Means equivalence of Indian school boards has also been given to AIU. Next. So in youth affairs, we do many youth festivals at international, Asian, national, and zonal level. We do AIU adventure camps, youth literacy events, theater, music, dance festivals. We are also collaborating with ICCR for International Buddhist Festival, and they are also instituting Buddhist chairs in the universities. The purpose of showing all this is that we keep on sending circulars to the universities for participating in all these events. So if your university has not been participating, please do participate. If you want to have a Buddhist chair, which is sponsored by ICCR, do let us know. We will speak to ICCR for establishing a Buddhist chair. We also hold AIU moot court competition. This time it will be held in Sister Nivedita University in Calcutta. And we are also holding AIU Women Youth Parliament, which will this year be held in Hari Singh Gour Central University. In sports, you would be knowing about Khelo India University Games. The first Khelo India University Games were held at KEET University, Bhubaneswar. In between 21, we could not hold because of COVID. And in 22, again, we held it at Jain University, Bangalore. So this is a very world-class event of a very high level. This is inaugurated by the Prime Minister. Both these Khelo India University Games were inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. And many of the people who come out of these, or the winners of these university games, they also went to Olympics. So apart from these Khelo India, which is at the national level, we hold 128 events. So you can imagine holding 128 events is a big responsibility. So thanks to all the vice chancellors who have been supporting us and who have been holding these events in their universities on behalf of AIU. We have zonal tournaments, 60 for men, 40 for women. We have, India is also holding the World University Games. Again, this is for the first time. Indian students have been participating in the World University Games, but India had never hosted such a game in its own country. So for the first time, World University Games and Asian University Games, they both will be hosted in India in KEET University and Manav Rachna University. This time, India also won Asian Universities Chess Championship. SRM University in Chennai, they won this Asian Universities Chess Championship. And 44 Olympians from university sector were in Tokyo Olympics. So they were there. And we also did a 12 episode series in collaboration with Ministry of Tourism on Dekho Apna Desh, just to make students aware that what our country is, how rich the culture and the heritage and the tourism in our country is. Next. This is equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. But in addition to foreign degrees with the Indian degrees, we are also giving equivalence of PG diploma and fellow program in management awarded by non-degree awarding institutions to MBA and the PhD program. So this we have been doing. We are also regulating international overseas board of school education. degrees and diplomas awarded by recognized universities for admission to higher education. I mean, whatever equivalence AIU gives is basically for two purposes. One is for finding employment in India, and second is for admission to higher education institutions in India. And I told you that we have also been mandated to do equivalence of school boards by Ministry of Education. Next. So these are the zonal conferences this year, which we will be holding. And this time what we have said is that the vice chancellors of the concerned zone will be attending the meeting physically, and rest of the vice chancellors, if they want to join, they can join any of these meetings online. So these are the 5 conferences. And the main conference, next, and the main national conference, which will be held along with the annual general body meeting of the AIU, will be held at USTM Meghalaya, which is the university of our Honorable Vice President, Professor G.D. Sharma. So it will be held from 23rd to 25th of March 2023. And we have requested the Honorable President of India to inaugurate the meet, and hopefully she will inaugurate. So all of you are most cordially welcome to come to Meghalaya, and Dr. Sharma has arranged very good hospitality also, apart from very good academic sessions. A very good hospitality will be there, and Meghalaya is really beautiful. So please do come there. So some of the new initiatives of AIU, I told you last year also that AIU is now computerizing all its activities. So, for example, online payment gateway is implemented. Now, any payment to AIU can be done online. And if your university is not filling up the data, please do fill in your data, because unless you fill in the data, your data will not be visible to the national or international bodies who are wanting to see your university. For example, we are having one AIU collaboration portal. So in AIU collaboration portal, we are requesting the universities that whatever department, I'm talking about this especially because this is a conference on internationalization, that whatever best your university is doing, wherever you feel that you have the thrust, I mean, that is your thrust area for having a collaboration, whether national or international, do indicate in the AIU collaboration portal, because once it is indicated in the AIU collaboration portal, then suppose quantum physics is your thrust area. So when somebody outsider writes on the AIU collaboration portal, quantum physics, down comes the list of the universities who are wanting to collaborate in quantum physics. So it becomes very easy for collaboration. So do fill in your AIU collaboration portal. AIU VC seniority portal is just now being opened. Please fill in your AIU seniority portal. This will help us to induct members in the governing council, vice president, president. So please do fill in AIU seniority list. And at many times this has happened that there are senior vice chancellors, but the junior becomes a member because the senior did not fill the AIU seniority list. So please fill in your AIU VC seniority list. And right now the handbook of education, AIU handbook, which is again a document which is such thick 3-4 volumes, it will come. It gives for every university, whatever programs you are running, whatever teachers you are having, whatever are the thrust and strengths of the universities, that will be indicated. But again, unless you fill in the portal, it will not be reflected. So it is in your interest to fill in the complete information on the AIU handbook portal. It is in progress, and please fill up the program details, because program details are very important. That is what many universities want to see, especially the international universities, that what all programs your universities are holding. So all services of AIU will be computerized very soon. AIU, in internationalization, we have done MOUs with NUS. NUS is a Mexican Association of Universities, and UUKI, which is a association of UK universities. So if you want to collaborate with any of the Mexican universities or any of the UK universities, do let us know. We will help you out in finding out the universities, and also in helping you in collaboration. Of course, the collaboration will be done by you, but we can be helping you out. And very shortly, we are also going to sign an MOU with Universities Australia, which is an association of Australian universities. So we did many workshops in collaboration with World Bank and UNESCO, but this is important, Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. This we have recently established, we are working on it. The purpose is that there are many Indian universities who want to do internationalization, but they don't know how to do it, how to go about it, whom to contact, how to start this. So this network is for those universities who have an intent for internationalization, but don't know how to do it. So you can come to us, you become a member of this network. Again, this is on the AIU website. So as soon as you become a member of the network, you will be getting a lot of help in internationalization of higher education. We are also signing an MOU with the American Institute. We'll be doing separately, but with SEMCA, we are signing an MOU today. This is a national policy on blended education, because we know that post-COVID blended is the new normal. But there are many universities who are not first understanding even the difference between hybrid and blended, and then how to go about with blended education in an effective manner. So we are going to sign up an agreement with the SEMCA, wherein we both collectively will form a national policy on blended education, which will help the universities in adopting blended education in its true meaning. We are also having tie-ups with British Council, Australian High Commission, DAD, which is Germany, and we are also made SOP for the foreign boards in India. Next. In research, these are the new initiatives, like you would be knowing about the 3rd UNESCO World Higher Education Conference. In that, India gave a knowledge paper on the 10 themes of the conference. We gave a paper on each theme, and that was compiled like a country paper. And that country paper was sent to UNESCO, and it is still residing in the UNESCO website as a country paper for India. So that we are developing a concept of student development index to understand that how much a university is contributing in the development of a student. So once this comes out, maybe we will calculate the student development index for every university, which will be a benchmark or for the students on which university to enter. We are also making a directory of people of Indian origin in foreign higher education institutions, and there we seek your help also. If you know any person who is working in higher education institutions abroad at good positions in dean, vice chancellor, or president, they call it. So if you know of such people, please share those details, because we are making a directory, and the purpose is that whenever universities want to collaborate, many times it is easier to collaborate with your own PIOs, mean people of Indian origin. So if we make this directory, it will be very useful for the Indian education system to forge collaborations. We are also started AIU consultancy services. In this, we are making a panel of consultants to help the universities to undertake many activities. It could be NAC accreditation, it could be NIRF ranking, it could be internationalization, it could be university industry collaboration, it could be SDG implementation, it could be community engagement. So in all these areas, if you want to seek a help of a consultant, and that way valid consultant, now these there's now a marketing of consultants also going on. If you need a valid consultant at reasonable cost, AIU is there for you. And then we have made a panel of consultants, and we are updating that panel of consultants. So do write to us if you need any consultancy of any manner, so that we can appoint a consultant for you for that particular area, or whatever area you need consultancy in. We are also digitizing Anveshan. Anveshan, as you know, is a student research program where the students are submitting the research projects. So this time we are doing Anveshan online. We are digitizing Anveshan, and slowly we are internationalizing Anveshan. Internationalizing means we will say that Indian student will have to submit a proposal which is in collaboration with another student, mostly from international origin, but it could be national also, but from the different university. So this will become a collaborative research projects from the students. Then this is again a very good initiative that we have set up 10 academic and administrative development centers. And in these centers, these 10 centers will be doing 10 courses each for the faculty members on use of technology. You all know that the UGC is supporting use of technology in a big way, whether it is in teaching, learning, or assessment and evaluation, or in collaboration, or in research, everywhere. So technology is being used in a big way, but we are not training our teachers on how to use the technology. For example, we say continuous assessment and evaluation, or open book examination, or personalized learning for the students, but we don't teach them how to do that. So that is what our centers will be doing. So these are the 10 centers. So you can be sending your faculty members there. And if you want to open a center, do write to us. We can be giving a center to you also. We also made a committee of thought leaders, and which prepared a policy paper on NAC. So NAC, a thought paper, has been given to NAC for a committee which was constituted by UGC, and that national policy on blended learning in collaboration with SEMCA we are going to do. These are some of the research publications which we have done recently. A book on reimagining Indian universities, COVID response toolkit, like how to reopen the institutions, step-by-step method after COVID, survey report on preparedness of Indian higher education institutions for online education, which told that And that also came out that the training was the biggest need in this survey. It came out that measuring access to higher education through eligible enrollment ratio rather than gross enrollment ratio. That was another paper which it was published in Economic and Political Weekly, also a very good paper. The National Education Policy proposals and suggestions, which I was saying, for each recommendation, the proposals were given. And then we also made a book on protecting academic interest of students during COVID. This was a book on best practices adopted by various universities. Next. These are again some more SDG report which we are doing in collaboration with Shulini. It is in pipeline and maybe within a month or so it will come out. India higher education profile, again that has been shared with all of you. We are also made a book on implementing national education policy, a roadmap, AIU report, and these are some of the reports of AIU on student welfare, ranking, differently able population. Directory of AIU members has been updated, and very shortly you will be receiving a new directory with updated list of members. And another book, Indian Higher Education Heritage, is also coming up. Thank you for your patient hearing. It's 1:15, so we have time till 10 minutes. We have 5 minutes we'll spend on signing of the MOU. So for 10 minutes, if you have any suggestions for AIU, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal, for that presentation. I'm sure the House will agree that on the basis of the presentation, one can conclude that the AIU's activities in terms of contours, in terms of scope, have considerably widened. And this has been possible, as I said, because of two factors. One, obviously, the leadership of the Secretary General, Dr. Mittal, and the dedication and team spirit and commitment of the AIU staff. I mean, only leadership doesn't count. Unless the leadership is supported by committed staff, no organization can progress. AIU has been very, very fortunate to have both a dynamic leader as well as the commitment, the committed staff that we have in AIU. The second factor, which I think has enabled AIU to make its presence felt in a more effective manner in the higher education map of India and of the world perhaps, is because that we have been able to develop a keen balance, a very fine balance between the elements of continuity and change. Why I say this is because that while on the one hand, we have been able to continue our traditional activities in a very effective manner, we have also envisaged, as the presentation by Dr. Mittal pointed out, we have also envisaged a new range of activities in tune with the challenges of the time, challenges of the Indian higher education system, challenges of the world higher education system. And because of this ability to strike a balance between tradition and modernity, AIU has been able to make its presence felt in a much more effective manner in the academic map of India. So the other point, Dr. Mittal, if I wanted to make is that we received a very good proposal about the holding of a ideathon. Usually we organize hackathons, but we got a wonderful proposal from two universities, one a private university and the other the NIIT in Madras, where they want AIU's help without any financial involvement, the organization of ideathon, so that the young faculty members in the technology institutes can come up with new ideas. So that is again a new venture that the AIU is initiating, and this only shows that AIU is a vibrant organization, and I'm sure it will remain so in a much more effective manner. The fact that AIU is also committed to take internationalization of Indian higher education system to new heights is aptly revealed by the fact that apart from selecting internationalization of higher education as the main theme of this conference, we would also be signing the MOU with SEMA. So that's a very good occasion, and I congratulate SEMA for being with the AIU and signing the MOU in this particular session. So if there are any questions? I think all members are very, very happy with your work and the work of your colleagues. Yeah. Well, like you said, well, there has been some backlogs in the subscription. I would request the Honorable Vice Chancellors to ensure that the subscription is up to date And if you know of any other university in your region which is not keeping the subscription up to date, kindly also help the AIU in mobilizing the subscription. That is very, very important for the organization to remain self-sufficient. So I take it that the House is, and honorable members are very, very satisfied with the progress of AIU. And I think now is the time to sign the MOU. Is it? Thank you. Please, 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 sir.
AIU website has the seniority list of vice chancellors for the month of April. If you have not filled it, you will not figure out there. Complete it is there.
I just want the total list of seniority may be displayed after once its date is over.
Every year we display seniority. When we get the information of the AIU seniority,
Fine, thank you.
Thanks.
I have recently been given the responsibility, additional responsibility of Central Institute of Buddhist Studies, Leh, which has about 50 feeder schools. And earlier it was affiliated to Sampurnanand Sanskrit University for secondary and higher secondary level exams. Still it is continuing, but there was a lot of problem, and people were trying to, rather we are trying to have affiliation with some another board. Some efforts are going on for NIOS like that. So we are not very clear what to do, how to go ahead. Kindly help us. Or
we can talk offline.
okay. So, madam, can we then have the opportunity to sign the MOU now, please?
To sign the MOU, may I invite Professor Pankaj Mittal, AIU, as signing authority. I also request Mr. Sadrak for SEMCA as director as the signing authority. So please take your seat on the dais. Mr. B. Sadrak. May I also request Mr. T.K. Kaul, Head Administration and Finance, SEMCA. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I also request Dr. Amrendra Pani, Joint Director, Head Research Division from AIU, to join the signing of the
Let me give you a brief background about the MOU we are supposed to sign with the SEMCA. In fact, the background is not a big one, a small thing. Information communication technology has been widely used in the arena of education, especially right after the pandemic. The pandemic has given us a different kind of experience, that the conventional mode of educational delivery is not sufficient today. We have felt the necessity for going for the online education, online pedagogy, online, everything online. And in India, so far the situation is concerned, it's the not only in India, world over, blended learning approach is gaining currency. So therefore, in our country, there is no structured mechanism or structured policy for the blended learning activities, teaching, learning, research, everything. So that was the idea mooted by SEMCA, and a few other experts. They approached the AIU that in the line of New Education Policy 2020, we are also planning to develop the national policy on blended learning. So that is the brief genesis about this MOU. So AIU also agreed, and now today we have occasioned this occasion for signing the MOU. Thank you so much. And in this regard, my request, Dr. B. Sadrak, the director of a Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, very briefly called as SEMCA, to please share his few words regarding this MOU. Dr. Sadrak, please.
Thank you, Dr. Pani. Madam Secretary General, the distinguished office bearers and the chairperson, the president of AIU here, the staff members of AIU as well, honorable vice chancellors and the heads of higher education institution. It's an honor for us to be at this particular event, signing this MOU to together pursue drafting of the National Blended Learning Policy for India. SEMCA is the regional center of Commonwealth of Learning, and I heard many of the vice chancellors mentioning Commonwealth scholarships and the British Council hosting them in their educational life. So Commonwealth of Learning is one of the 3 Commonwealth institutions. Apart from the Commonwealth Secretariat, Commonwealth Foundation, Commonwealth of Learning works in 56 Commonwealth countries, and the regional center SEMCA, which is the Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, works in 8 Commonwealth countries. And it's hosted by the Indian government as an intergovernmental organization in the likes of UNESCO, UNICEF, and others. So this particular project that we are jointly collaborating with AIU is mainly to support the policy goals of the national education policy in terms of using blended learning as means to enhancing, number one, from 26% national enrollment ratio to 50% by 2035. So blended learning is indeed an opportunity to pursue that policy goal. This particular draft policy would also enable us to enhance the quality of higher education and for global comparability and internationalization. You know, it's a very critical element in the policy goal of the government. And of course, increasing the graduation rate in Indian universities and enhancing the graduate population. And it also provides us opportunity for every university and higher education institution to understand what we mean by blended learning or what the government means by blended learning enshrined in the national education policy, so that they can be prepared with all the ingredients that are required to ensure that blended learning is one of the ways that we can pursue. And every university, every education system is going online, blended, flexible, technology enabled, and this policy would be indeed an instrument at the hands of the government, at the hands of the institutions, at the hands of the faculty members and the deans to actually create blended learning courses, even to the level, modular and unit level. And we are going to also follow up this effort with a detailed training program for higher education institutions together with the AIU. So thank you so much.
I have the pleasure of announcing that on behalf of SEMCA, along with Dr. B. Sadrak, the director, we have TK Kaul, Mr. TK Kaul Sahab, the head of their administration and finance. He is also a co-signatory to this MOU, and we welcome Mr. Kaul. And I request Madam Dr. Mittal to please share a few words about the MOU. Then thereafter we can go for signing. Okay. Keeping in mind the time constraint, I request both the authorities of both the organizations, AIU Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and Director SEMCA, Dr. Sadrak, to sign the document, please. A big round of applause. May I invite everybody? This is really one of the path-breaking initiative of SEMCA and AIU, and I'm sure if translated into action as laid down in the MOU, definitely it is going to herald the cause of online education in our country. A big round of applause, please. And no occasion could be the most suitable occasion for signing this MOU other than the Vice Chancellor's meeting. Yeah, exactly. This is 11th and 22. Look at the number, the magic number. Yeah, it's a World Education Day. I really wish all the congregation here, everybody, a very, very happy National Education Day. So, Mom, I hope it's over now. Sign. Yeah, we will have a group photo. That's what I'm just. Yeah. Yeah, I'll join. I'll join. So let's have a group photograph, please. So we'll stand back. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, AIU and SIMCA, Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, for signing the Memorandum of Understanding to promote blended learning in higher education. Now, to honor our distinguished guest on the dais, I would request Professor Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University, to present a memento to our distinguished guest from AIU and SIMCA. To Honorable President, Professor Suranjan Das. To Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU. Mr. B. Sadrak, Director, SIMCA. To Mr. T.K. Kaul, Head, Finance and Administration, SIMCA. To Professor Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU. To Dr. Amrendra Pani, Joint Director, Head Research Division from AIU. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Dhanyavad.
और AIU के भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर सुरंजन दास जी, डॉक्टर मिसेस पंकज मित्तल जी, भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ की महासचिव, AIU के ऑफिशियल्स, उपाध्यक्ष भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ प्रोफेसर GD शर्मा जी, और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य कुलपति, फैकल्टी, स्टूडेंट्स। AIU भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ एवं गलगोटिया विश्वविद्यालय की तरफ से मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ। श्री मुकुल कानेटकर जी किसी परिचय के मोहताज नहीं है, आप चिंतक है, विचारक है, आपका प्रेरक व्यक्तित्व हर किसी को ऐसे ही मोह लेता है। वर्तमान में शिक्षा व्यवस्था को भारतीय केंद्रित बनाने के लिए बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स, अनुसंधान, प्रकाशन, प्रबोधन और प्रशिक्षण के कार्य में आप अपना मैक्सिमम समय व्यतीत करते हैं। नागपुर से LLB की शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के बाद आपका जीवन समाज कार्य के लिए समर्पित है और बिना तनाव और भय की परीक्षा देने के लिए उन्होंने अत्यंत लोकप्रिय पुस्तक परीक्षा दें हंसते हंसते का लेखन भी किया है, जिसके हिंदी में करीब करीब 1,25,000 और मराठी में 25,000 प्रतियां प्रसारित हो चुकी है। और कई किताबें भारत जागो, विश्व जगाओ और स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचारों से भारत का जीवन ध्येय हिंदी, मराठी, अंग्रेजी बहुत सारी विभिन्न पत्रिकाओं में 1500 से अधिक लेख प्रकाशित है। ये डाटा मैंने जो लिया है, आई एम श्योर सर इसके अतिरिक्त भी बहुत कुछ होगा, पर जो मुझे मिल पाया है वो मैं यहाँ कहना चाहूंगी। और वर्धा से जन्म के कर्म भूमि नागपुर में होते हुए मैं आपसे और भी जुड़ी हुई महसूस कर रही हूँ इस ओकेजन पे। हमारे साथ भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के प्रेसिडेंट प्रोफेसर सुरंजन दास सर भी हैं, जो जादवपुर विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति हैं, यूके एक्सेलेटर विश्वविद्यालय के मानद प्रोफेसर भी हैं, और उनके साथ बहुत ही डायनामिक महासचिव भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ की डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल एंड प्रोफेसर GD शर्मा जो कि उपाध्यक्ष है। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। हम वाइस चांसलर्स को, कुलपति को एक बहुत ही स्वामी जी के एक कोट से मैं कंपेयर करना चाहूंगी। स्वामी जी ने कहा था हर काम को कहने के लिए हर काम को 3 अवस्थाओं से गुजरना पड़ता है, उपहास, विरोध और स्वीकृति। आई एम श्योर ऑल वाइस चांसलर्स वुड एक्सेप्ट दैट व्हेन वी जॉइन वी टेक अप आवर चार्ज, उपहास, विरोध और उसके बाद स्वीकृति। When we talk about internationalization, आज की थीम, ये 2 दिवसीय सभा की जो थीम थी वो इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन पे। I would say at this welcome address that internationalization would happen when we would exhibit culture, our tradition, our customs, our festivals, our colors, our values, our unity and our nature to the world. And that would take everyone to be part of India. So required is we need to project what is best, that based our culture, our tradition. And through these personal inputs, I would say the current initiatives of every one of us would take India at abroad as well. With this, I thank Professor Das, President AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and every official of AIU for giving us opportunity to Galgotias University to host this wonderful 1.5-day seminar. Thank you so much, ma'am. And once again, I welcome everyone to be here. Akhand Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yenam Tasmai Shri Guruvai Namaha. समस्त ब्रह्मांड के गुरु, ज्ञान की देवी मां सरस्वती का और दीप प्रज्वलन कर हम सभी आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करें और सभा का शुभारंभ करने की मैं गुजारिश करूंगी। मैं मुकुल कानेटकर जी और सभी मंच पर आस्थापित गणमान्यों को दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए इनवाइट करती हूँ, आमंत्रित करती हूँ. Over to Mansi for rest of the session. Thank you.
सभा में उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों को मां शारदा का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त हो. मां शारदा ज्ञान की देवी पूरे ब्रह्मांड में ज्ञान का संचार करती हैं. अतिथि देवो भव. हमारे बीच आए माननीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री मुकुल कानेटकर जी का पुनः स्वागत. विश्वविद्यालय की परंपरा के अनुसार हम यहाँ आए अतिथियों का स्वागत पुष्प प्रदान कर करते हैं. मैं निवेदन करती हूँ गलगोटिया विश्वविद्यालय की कुलपति महोदया प्रोफेसर प्रीति बजाज जी से कि वह माननीय मुख्य अतिथि मुकुल कानेटकर जी को शॉल प्रदान कर उनका स्वागत करें. धन्यवाद महोदया. मैं पुनः अनुरोध करूंगी प्रोफेसर सुरंजन दास जी से कि वह पुष्प गुच्छ प्रस्तुत कर माननीय मुख्य अतिथि का सम्मान करें. मैं अनुरोध करूंगी प्रोफेसर पंकज मित्तल जी से वह स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर मुख्य अतिथि का सम्मान करें. हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं प्रोफेसर सुरंजन दास. मैं माननीय कुलपति महोदया से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वह पुष्प गुच्छ प्रदान कर सर का सम्मान करें. मैं सहृदय मैडम से पुनः अनुरोध करूंगी कि वह प्रोफेसर पंकज मित्तल जी का पुष्प प्रदान कर स्वागत करें. जीडी शर्मा सर, प्रोफेसर जीडी शर्मा वाइस प्रेसिडेंट AIU का सम्मान करें. पुनः अनुरोध है महोदया से प्रोफेसर पंकज मित्तल जी का सम्मान करें. सभी अतिथिगणों का, गणमान्यों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Now may I request Dr. Rama Devi Pani, Chief Editor, University News, Association of Indian Universities, to propose the presentation of report.
Thank you, Apeksha. Honorable Chief Guest of this function, Shri Mukul Kanitkarji, Honorable President, Association of Indian Universities, Professor Suranjan Das, Honorable Vice President of Association of Indian Universities, Professor G.D. Sharma, esteemed Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, and esteemed Vice Chancellor of this university, Galgotias University, Madam Preeti Bajaj. I hereby present a brief report of the two-day proceedings which have happened in this North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet. The North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet of the Association of Indian Universities was organized on the theme Internationalization for Transformative Higher Education. Antarashtriya Karan, sorry, I'll tell it in Hindi later, sir. It was hosted by Galgotias University, New Delhi through blended mode. About 60 Vice Chancellors from North Zone participated in the meet physically, and about 50 Vice Chancellors joined online. Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Delhi, was the chief guest at the inaugural function. Professor Suranjan Das, President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, presided over the session. Shri Sunil Galgotia ji, Chancellor, Galgotias University, and Mr. Dhruv Galgotia graced the dais on the occasion. The inaugural session began with ceremonial lighting of the lamp by the chief guest, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena ji, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Delhi. Professor Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor, Galgotia University, delivered the welcome address. She presented the structure of the meet and expressed hope that the deliberations during this meet will go a long way in redefining operational strategies in education within the national borders and beyond for internationalization. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, outlined Association of Indian Universities' accomplishments in providing value-added services to the member universities, apart from bringing visibility to AIU through various digital media. Initiatives taken particularly in the area of internationalization, like Indian Network of International Higher Education, Consortium, consultation portals, and various publications. She also explained the rationale behind the theme of the meet. Shri Sunil Galgotia ji, in his address, expressed his happiness to hold the meet and was thankful to the Vice Chancellors for having attended the meet. He informed that Galgotias University has students from 28 countries and therefore it is truly international. He said that without diversity, a university is not complete, pointing to the fact that the changing pace of education was never so rapid earlier. He reiterated the need for research and innovation to be strengthened in India. In his presidential address, Professor Suranjan Das spoke in detail about internationalization. He asserted international connection as fundamental criteria in higher education and said that India is great tradition in internationalization. Speaking about emphasis on internationalization in National Education Policy 2020, he said that AIU is making efforts in fulfilling NEP 2020 agenda by playing a strong role in facilitating the establishment of foreign campuses in India and Indian campuses abroad. He spoke about transnational education and said that for internationalization, we have to encourage foreign providers, go beyond metro cities in establishing higher education institutions, imbibe the intra-academic environment, and prepare institutions for competing international universities by creating level playing field. Regulations for governing Indian universities should be same as regulations for foreign university campuses in India. Chief guest of the session, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena ji, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Delhi, in his opening remarks opined that higher education institutions are the temples of education. He said that Indian universities are carrying the legacy of pioneer ancient Indian higher education institutions such as Nalanda and Takshashila, and the teachers are the successor of great Aryabhatta, Chanakya, Rabindranath Tagore, and many more thinkers whom we had in the ancient India. Even now, he said, we have unquestioned leaders in the education system and a solid footing for higher education is there in India. He said, adding that higher education institutions like IITs, AIMS, IIMs, etc., have carved a niche for us in the international arena. Presenting the contrasting number of incoming and outgoing students for higher education, he said that there is a need to strengthen fundamental and basic research in the country. He pointed out that after C.V. Raman, no one got Nobel Prize in India as Indian citizen, nor the Indian universities could place themselves in the top ranked universities. He stated that concerted efforts are required by Indian universities to become competitive in this era of globalization. The Indian education should be more employment oriented and steps should be taken to prevent brain drain from India, he said. Honorable Chief Guest released the special issue of the University News brought out by the Association of Indian Universities. After the inaugural session, there was a session on interface with apex bodies. The session was chaired by Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, Association of Indian Universities, and Vice Chancellor, USTM Meghalaya. The speakers were Dr. Seema Jaggi, Additional Director General, ICAR, Dr. Devendra Kaude, Advisor, NAC, Bangalore, Srimati Mamata Rani Agarwal, Advisor, AICTE, Dr. Pratibha Singh, Deputy Advisor, NAC. Major recommendations of this session were, it is high time that NAC should revamp overall system of assessment and accreditation process because of continuous issues cropping up with it. Need of binary accreditation is the need of the hour as per NEP. Binary accreditation should focus on outcomes and student outcomes, teacher outcomes, and institutional outcomes. RAF graded accreditation should be stopped as it is resulting into unhealthy competition and issues. Peer team report and peer team score should match at the time of peer team visit to institutions. NAC initiative of mock SSR is helpful, but awareness need to be created among VCs and guidelines be prepared for proper understanding of the process. Outline forms for SSR needs to be more user-friendly, flexible, and enable changes, if any, if mistakes occur while filling the form. There should be scope for appeal and amendment if there are any mistakes. UGC's regulation of making NAC accreditation compulsory to get 12B needs revisiting. Before making it compulsory, some window period of 4 to 5 years should be given to the universities, and AIU should take up the matter with UGC. The first technical session was on international student and faculty mobility. The chairperson of this session was Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. The speakers were Padma Shri Professor Nazma Akhtar, Vice Chancellor, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, Professor Atul Khosla, Vice Chancellor, Shulini University, Solan, and Professor Nilofer Khan, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Srinagar. Major recommendations of this session were, the universities with potential for internationalization be equipped with funding and other support for internationalization of Indian higher education. The names of selected universities should be publicized internationally through Indian embassies so that student, faculty mobility and foreign universities could approach them directly for working with them. Create more short-term courses in the areas of demand, and through these courses attract foreign students for long-term courses in India. We have to identify small areas with clear objectives so that internationalization can be done. There is a need to bring in flexibility to the curriculum so that international faculty can come to India. India is lacking in creating hygienic conditions suiting to foreigners, particularly spicy food and toilets are the important issues, and we need to pay special attention to it. For attracting foreign students and faculty, region-specific situations, funding support, ambience, and facilities needs to be enhanced. Ensuring equality and cross-cultural acceptance and appreciation needs to be promoted. On Swayam, 3,000 courses are available which need to be popularized among foreign countries to attract foreign students. Hindi needs to be promoted at international level. Mentors need to be sent to other countries who are wanting to learn Hindi. We should concentrate more on bringing students from developed countries to India. And for this, we have to make some structural changes in the system, like developing world-class infrastructure to provide amenable environment for enabling exchange of students, teachers, academic programs, research projects, and for promoting internationalization of higher education. Academic credit exchanges should be systematized and seamlessly aligned internationally so that a uniform standard of credit transfer can be developed with international countries. We had a technical session second on international collaborations and research and teaching. Chairperson of the session was Professor Shanti Shri Dhulipudi Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Speakers of the session were Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIPA, New Delhi. Lieutenant General M.D. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. Professor Annapurna Nautiyal, Vice Chancellor, Hemavati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, Srinagar. The major recommendations of this session were: Indian universities need to produce journals of international quality to attract students. Universities should exercise autonomy for actual development. Government should spend 6% GDP as recommended by various policies time to time on education. Philanthropy and alumni need to be strengthened. National collaborations must be promoted for strengthening the system. Regional committees of universities located in particular areas should be formed to facilitate collaborative regional studies of the area on their strengths, contribution, USP, etc., and to explore how they can be promoted for internationalization with respect to mobility, course content, cultural exchange projects, and research. The technical session third was held today in the morning. And for this session, the theme was promotion of higher education abroad. For this session, we had Professor P.B. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Amity University as the chairperson. As the speakers, we had Shri Pavan Agarwal, former Secretary to the Government of India, and Professor Sat Prakash Bansal, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Himachal Pradesh. In this session, we had some interesting and out-of-the-box recommendations. The recommendation was, we are going to have G20 in our country next year. India should take this opportunity to host U20 as part of G20, where we can host 20 world-class universities from other countries in this 1 year for various programs. As part of it, we can create programs or scholarships of the level of Fulbright or Erasmus, which can be named as Bharat Bhagyavidata Fellowships, so that in a few years, we can have a fleet of Bharat Bhagyavidata Fellows across the world as our ambassadors, and Indian higher education system can sustainably move towards internationalization. AIU can take a lead in this initiative of organizing this U20 program along with the government. Foreign students to Indian campuses must be seen as potential cultural ambassadors of the country rather than as resource generation device. If the overseas students are exposed to good experience and learning culture, they are likely to form good opinion about the country and come back again. If we start admitting students from particular country, there are all chances that more and more students will start coming to our universities. Thus, a more sensitive approach to management of foreign students in Indian campuses is required. Well-tested publicity and marketing strategies need to be identified and implemented for popularizing Indian universities on foreign countries. Special funding should be there for internationalization of higher education. AIU should facilitate signing of MOUs of international universities with Indian universities. So these were the recommendations of the 2 days Vice Chancellors meet, and the report has been prepared by Dr. Meenakshi and Dr. Surabhi from Galgotias University. Thanks to them, and thanks to one and all on the dais. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this exhilarating note. As professed by Rabindranath Tagore, reach high, for stars lie hidden in you. Dream deep, for every dream precedes the goal. Now we have amongst us Professor Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian University. I request ma'am to kindly take this event forward.
Thank you very much. AIU North Zone Vice Chancellors Conference के valedictory session के chief guest माननीय श्री मुकुल कानेटकर जी, Honorable President of AIU Professor Suranjan Das ji, Honorable Vice President of AIU Professor G.D. Sharma ji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University, which has hosted this conference of AIU, Professor Preeti Bajaj ji, all the Vice Chancellors who have come here from far off places to attend this conference, and the academic staff, faculty, others who are present in this hall, and ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to the valedictory session of AIU. Now you know that AIU, Mukulji would be knowing that AIU is a very large body. Right now it has a membership of around 912 universities out of 1100 universities in the country. And we do engage with the universities at various levels, with the vice chancellors, with the teachers, with the students, with the researchers. And we do a variety of activities like sports, culture, equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees, which is very, very for something like 100 years, we are doing equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. Then we do a lot of academic work, research work, and these vice chancellors conference. So the theme for, every year we hold one main national conference, and as a sub-theme, there are 5 zonal conferences, East, West, North, South, and Central. So this time, the main theme of the national conference is transformative education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And as a run up to this main theme, there are 5 conferences in the North, East, West, and South zone. This is the first zonal conference we are holding in Galgotias University. And the theme is internationalization for transformative higher education. And as was being told by the Dr. Rama, who was giving the report of the conference, many good recommendations came out. I will not repeat the recommendations which came out, but there were really valid recommendations starting from why internationalization, karna क्यों है internationalization, फायदा क्या है, खाली economics के लिए करना है या सीखने के लिए करना है, क्योंकि learning from diversity अतुल जी ने कल दिया था, क्या हम research and innovation बढ़ाएंगे या फिर branding बढ़ाएंगे क्या ranking बढ़ाएंगे, I think all of them, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन सिर्फ एक काम के लिए नहीं, बहुत कामों के लिए करने की जरूरत है. फिर क्यों करना के बाद आया कि कैसे करना है, किस तरीके से करना है. और ये भी बात हुई कि बड़ी बड़ी बातें तो बहुत करते हैं, पर छोटी छोटी बातें भी, कि अगर इंटरनेशनल स्टूडेंट्स हमारे कैंपस में है तो कैसा इकोसिस्टम होना चाहिए कैंपस में, कैसा खाना होना चाहिए, क्या हम उनके खाने पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, क्या उनकी हाइजीन पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं, क्या इवन छोटी सी चीज जो क्लीन टॉयलेट्स हैं उन पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं, इंटरनेशनल स्टूडेंट्स हॉस्टल पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं. तो ऐसी छोटी छोटी चीजें बहुत सारी आई कि इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन करना कैसे है. बहुत अच्छे अच्छे सुझाव आए. कोलैबोरेशंस क्यों करनी है, क्योंकि कोई अकेले नहीं सीख सकता, सब लोग एक दूसरे से सीखते हैं. इट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट कि हम कोलैबोरेशंस करें. यूनेस्को की रिपोर्ट की बात आई, तो जो आज वो बता रही थी रमा जी अभी, कि आज जो एक बड़ा इनोवेटिव सजेशन आया कि हमारा देश G20 की मेजबानी कर रहा है. जब G20 की मेजबानी कर रहा है तो G20 देशों से, 20 देशों से, 20 से भी थोड़े ज्यादा ही देश हैं, वो लोग हमारे देश में आएंगे और बहुत सारे इवेंट्स होंगे. तो G20 की तरह B20 भी हो रहा है, बिजनेस 20 जो CII कर रहा है, P20 भी हो रहा है कुछ पार्लियामेंटेरियंस का. इसी तरह U20 क्यों नहीं हो सकता. जो ये 20 देश हमारे देश में आएंगे, उनमें से यूनिवर्सिटीज को बुला के, नॉट नेसेसरली 20 यूनिवर्सिटीज, दे कैन बी मल्टीपल यूनिवर्सिटीज फ्रॉम दीज 20 नेशंस who can be invited along with Indian universities, and then again it can be a sort of a co-learning space, जहाँ पे एक co-learning space create हो सकता है कि कैसे सीखा जाए. और दूसरा कि भारत की जो हायर एजुकेशन है, बहुत ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारी खराब हायर एजुकेशन है इसलिए हमारे पास उतने बच्चे नहीं आ रहे हैं. हम लोग शायद उसकी ब्रांडिंग, मार्केटिंग, शोकेसिंग भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. तो जब ये U20 मींस ये G20 नेशंस की यूनिवर्सिटीज हमारे पास आएंगी, हम उनको शोकेस करेंगे कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज कैसी हैं, वहाँ से उनको क्या मिल सकता है, हमारे बच्चों से या हमारे टीचर्स से या हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी से वो क्या सीख सकते हैं. दैट विल ऑल्सो हेल्प अस इन इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन. एक ये डिसीजन था, एक ये सजेशन था. दूसरा सजेशन था कि जैसे यूएस से फुल ब्राइट फेलोशिप दे रहा है और कितने सालों से दे रहा है, 1946 से दे रहा है, और आज की डेट में 3000 फुल ब्राइटर्स पूरी दुनिया में घूम रहे हैं. तो यूएस से इतना पैसा उन 3 लाख फुल ब्राइटर्स पे क्यों खर्च कर रहा है. सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं कि उनको यूएसए में बुलाना है, उनको पढ़ाना है या यूएस से दिखाना है या यूनिवर्सिटीज दिखानी है और उनको वापस भेज देना है. वो 3000 जो फुल ब्राइटर्स हैं वो यूएस के एम्बेसडर्स बन जाते हैं एजुकेशन सिस्टम में. इसी तरह यूरोपियन यूनियन ने जब इरास्मस मुंडस शुरू किया 80,000 जो इरास्मस फेलोज हैं वो पूरी दुनिया में यूरोपियन यूनियन के एम्बेसडर्स बन जाते हैं। तो इंडिया में ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव ICCR फेलोशिप्स, पर वो उसको तरह की ब्रांडिंग नहीं कर पा रहे हैं जिससे कि वो ICCR फेलोशिप्स के जो फेलोज हैं वो हमारी ब्रांडिंग क्रिएट करे भारत के बाहर। तो ये सजेशन आया था कि हमें एक नाम देना चाहिए उसको, जैसे बात हुई कि भारत भाग्य विधाता फेलोशिप, BVVF, भारत भाग्य विधाता फेलोशिप। तो जो वो फेलोज होंगे वो पूरी दुनिया में इंडिया की ब्रांड क्रिएट करेंगे। और ये भी बात आई कि ऐसा नहीं है कि उसमें बहुत सारा पैसा लगेगा। अगर हम 20,000 स्कॉलरशिप्स या फेलोशिप्स देते हैं हर साल 20,000 पूरी दुनिया में, तो पूरा खर्चा जो आएगा करीब 150 करोड़ के आसपास आएगा, जो कि बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट नहीं है। अगर हमें इंडिया को इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन करना है या इंडिया को शोकेस करना है बाहर के देशों में कि इंडिया कैसा देश है और इसकी हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम, इसका कल्चर, इसका हेरिटेज, इसका नॉलेज सिस्टम कितना अच्छा है, तो हमें ये इस तरह के नए प्रोग्राम्स लाने चाहिए, आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग करनी चाहिए, जिससे कि इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन बढ़े। तो मुझे आई एम श्योर कि जो इस तरह के रिकमेंडेशंस हैं हम सरकार के साथ भी साझा करेंगे, सब यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के साथ भी साझा करेंगे, जिससे कि इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन को आगे बढ़ावा मिले। आगे की जो 4 कॉन्फ्रेंसेज हैं, जोनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेज, वो अलग अलग थीम पे इसी पे होंगे कि कैसे भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाया जाए। और मेन कॉन्फ्रेंस मेघालय में होगी। मुकुल जी, हमारा रिक्वेस्ट होगा कि जो मेघालय में कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी प्रोफेसर GD शर्मा जी की यूनिवर्सिटी USTM में, उसमें आप जरूर पधारें, क्योंकि वो सारी जो 5 कॉन्फ्रेंसेज हैं उनका जो निचोड़ है उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में रखा जाएगा। और उसमें हम ये मतलब रिकमेंडेशंस पे आएंगी कि आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए भारत को कैसे ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव एजुकेशन की तरफ बढ़ना होगा। इसके साथ ही मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करती हूँ और गलगोटियाज यूनिवर्सिटी को धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि उन्होंने हमारे लिए ये कॉन्फ्रेंस किया। बहुत ही सुंदर अरेंजमेंट्स किए, बहुत इमैक्युलेट अरेंजमेंट्स किए। And to all the staff and the team of Galgotias University and to all the team of AIU, which has also worked hard to make this conference successful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for editing the stage with your amazed vision. Now we have amongst us Professor GD Sharma, Vice President AIU and VC USTM Meghalaya. He is deputed as Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. He is also the recipient of Dr. Narasimha Medal Award by Indian Phytopathol Society, Kshatriya Ratna Award by International Study Center, and Deed Award by Confederation of Indian Universities, Outstanding Educational Contribution Awards by CMAI New Delhi, and Swami Vivekanand Excellence Award by International Institute. Sir, may I request you to kindly. Okay.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was telling कि जहाँ प्रेसिडेंट हों वहाँ वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की आवाज़ को नहीं लाना चाहिए, लेकिन अब मैडम रिक्वेस्ट की तो ठीक है। तो इस 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम के आज समापन समारोह में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में माननीय मुकुल कानित कर दी मुख्य अतिथि एवं मंत्री और संस्थापक RFRF भारतीय शिक्षा मंडल, जिसने कि पूरे देश में एक शिक्षा और शोध के क्षेत्र में भारतीय शिक्षा को नए रूप देने में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन जो शुरू किया है। आपने लगा करके अरुणाचल प्रदेश से पूरा पश्चिम, उत्तर, दक्षिण सारे विश्वविद्यालय, महाविद्यालय को एक सूत्र में जो बांध करके आपने देखा कि भारतीय शिक्षा मंडल के कार्य के बोर्ड पूरा हमारे गलगोटिया विश्वविद्यालय के भी प्रांगण कम ही हो रहा है और ये बढ़ता जाएगा। आज उनकी उपस्थिति यहाँ पर हम सबको मोटिवेट करेगी। एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज के प्रेसिडेंट माननीय प्रोफेसर सुरंजन दास जी, माननीय कुलपति जादवपुर विश्वविद्यालय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ख्याति के पूरे जाने माने और हमारे देश के हिस्टोरिक कई विश्वविद्यालय में कार्य करके और दूसरे विश्व के विश्वविद्यालयों में बहुत ही ख्याति प्राप्त आज हमारे एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज को जो लीड किए हैं। और आपने देखा थोड़ी देर पहले ही मैडम डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल ने जो AIU की रिपोर्ट प्रेजेंट की, उसमें नए नए जो कार्यक्रम लिए गए जो हमारी नई सोच को पैदा करते हैं। आपकी ही लीडरशिप में डॉक्टर मिसेस पंकज मित्तल, respected Secretary General of AIU and founder, Vice Chancellor of Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Haryana and additional Secretary of UGC, आपके लीडरशिप में AIU ने जो नया स्थान ऑलरेडी इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन और इंटरनेशनल स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर की जो नई शुरुआत की है, उससे भारत का नया एक जो विदेश में और सभी विश्वविद्यालय में नई शुरुआत हुई है, वो आगे चल करके और भारत का नाम लेगी। और इस वर्ष की 2022 से 2023 की पहली नॉर्थ जोन की जो वाइस चांसलर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस है गलगोटिया यूनिवर्सिटी में, आदरणीय मैडम प्रीति बजाज जो कई दिन से इतने अच्छे तरह से यहाँ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को ऑर्गेनाइज की, और थकान के नाम तो उनके चेहरे पर है ही नहीं बिल्कुल भी। हम लोग आज मैडम पंकज मित्तल से कह रहे थे कि इतनी सुबह से लेकर के शाम तक टेंशन लिए घूम रही हैं, लेकिन लगता है उनसे सीखना होगा कि किस तरह से अच्छे से अच्छा और अच्छी तरह से किसी कार्यक्रम को ऑर्गेनाइज किया जाए। हालांकि ये सभी जानते हैं कि जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को लेडीज लीड करती हैं वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बहुत ही सफल रहती है। और मैंने मेघालय में रह करके ये जाना कि मेघालय में शांति और प्रगति सबसे ज़्यादा महिलाओं के द्वारा है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर जो परिवर्तन है महिलाओं ने इतना किया हुआ है कि भारत के सर्वोच्च जितने भी कार्य है मेघालय से एकदम शांति प्रिय ढंग से उनके द्वारा किया जाता है, और जितने भी शिक्षा से संबंधित कार्य हैं उसमें वो लीड लेती है। तो मैं मैडम को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपने हम सभी को एक सीख भी दी और हम लोगों के माइंड सेट को भी थोड़ा सा परिवर्तन, हमारा तो ऐसी चेंज है मेघालय में काम करते करते। जो 2 दिन का ये कुलपतियों का सम्मेलन हुआ, इसमें बहुत सी बातें उभर के आई, खास तौर से किस तरह से हम गुणवत्ता को लेकर के, और जो भारत का सपना है कि फिर से 2047 तक भारत को पुनर्स्थापित करे विश्व गुरु के स्थान पर। ये कोई पद नहीं है, लेकिन विश्व गुरु जो जाना जाता था वो था नॉलेज एंड विजडम। और अब जैसा कि कहा गया कि जो हमारी एंशियंट नॉलेज है विश्व बंधुत्व की, हम अपनी सोच लोकल ना रखें लेकिन पूरे विश्व के लिए सोचें, काम लोकल के रूप में करें लेकिन सोच विश्व की हो। विश्व का स्वास्थ्य, जब हम वर्ल्ड हेल्थ की बात करेंगे, विश्व के भलाई, विश्व की शांति, मतलब हर चीज को विश्व के रूप में लेंगे, कैसे विश्व के लिए किया जाए। और ये इसीलिए इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन का जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव उद्देश्य लेकर के AIU ने 5 जोन में कॉन्फ्रेंस करके और फाइनली एनुअल मीटिंग जो मार्च में होगी, उसका उद्देश्य यही होगा कि किस तरह से हम फेज वाइज भारतवर्ष को पुनः विश्व गुरु के रूप में देखें, एक रोड मैप उसका बन जाए और उस रोड मैप को किस तरह से हमारे विश्वविद्यालय कार्य में ले आए। अभी हम देखते हैं कि सुबह के समय नोएडा, दिल्ली में लेयर लगी रहती है पॉल्यूशन की, हम सब खांसते रहते हैं, लेकिन क्या हमने कभी सोचा कि पॉल्यूशन को दूर करने में विश्वविद्यालय का क्या योगदान हो सकता है, या हम सिर्फ सरकार को ही दोष देते रहेंगे। मतलब जो इस तरह की समस्याएं हैं वर्ल्ड डील कर रहा है, विश्वविद्यालय किस तरह से पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता है। जो हमारे यूथ इतने हैं, इनोवेशन कर रहे हैं, इंक्यूबेटर बना रहे हैं, कुछ इस तरह के इंक्यूबेटर और स्टार्टअप कर दें कि वहाँ सेट करिए, पॉल्यूशन खत्म। जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को कैसे वो ऑक्सीजन में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं, कुछ इस तरह का स्टार्टअप हो सकता है क्या। खाली हम दोष देते हैं उन किसानों को जिनके पास कोई दूसरा अल्टरनेटिव ही नहीं है, वो तो होता ही रहेगा। आपने देखा कि पंजाब में बजाय कम होने के बढ़ गया, 30% पराली जलाने का पिछले साल से इस साल बढ़ गया। ये ना सोच करके हमारे विश्वविद्यालय क्या कर रहे हैं उसमें पराली को रोकने के लिए, जलने से रोकने के लिए। यानी कि जो समस्याएं हैं उनको अगर हम ले आएंगे तो हमारी समस्या को सॉल्यूशन में बदलने की जो प्रवृत्ति होगी वो एक इंटरनेशनल रिकॉग्निशन देगी। और मुझे उम्मीद है, ज़्यादा समय ना लेकर के, मुझे ध्यान है कि हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब बोलेंगे, मेरा तो कार्य एक्चुअली बोलने का नहीं है। तो मेरा कहने का मेरा सिर्फ इतना ही तात्पर्य है कि हमारे विश्वविद्यालय जो इस तरह की समस्याएं हैं, चाहे वो क्लाइमेट चेंज की हो, जो ग्लोबल समस्याएं हैं और हमारा देश फेस कर रहा है। इस बार आपने देखा कि ऐसी जगह फ्लड आए जो कभी बरसात ही नहीं होती थी, और जहां बहुत बरसात आती थी वहां पर पानी नहीं हो रहा। ये हमारी समस्या भी है। तो इस तरह के जो वर्ल्ड समस्याएं हैं उसमें हम एंटर करें और यूथ को रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दें। उनके पास में बहुत आइडिया है, उनके आइडिया इनवाइट करें। मुझे उम्मीद है कि उनके इन्वॉल्वमेंट से हम जरूर वर्ल्ड लेवल की, विश्व की समस्याओं को सुलझाने में, उनका सॉल्यूशन देने में अग्रसर होंगे, और तभी हम विश्व गुरु के आगे बढ़ने की जो हमारी प्रक्रिया है उसमें तीव्र गति ला सकते हैं। मुझे आपने समय दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और नमस्कार सभी को।
Thank you, sir, for this exhilarating and electrifying note. Next, we are privileged to have Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University.
आते थे, बैलगाड़ी से आते थे, घोड़े से आते थे, हिमालय पार करके, मंगोलिया से, तिब्बत से, चीन से, सेंट्रल एशिया से, यूरोप से, मिडिल ईस्ट से, इंडोनेशिया, बाली से नौकाओं में बैठ करके आते थे। अब उनको एडमिशन नहीं मिला, वापस कैसे जाएंगे? नाक भी तो कट जाएगी ना। हमारे बहुत सारे भारतीय विदेश में चले जाते, फिर वहां नौकरी नहीं मिलती तो पेट्रोल पंप पे पेट्रोल भरते और घर में कहते बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहा हूं करके। यहाँ नहीं भरेंगे, यहाँ तो नाक कटेगी, वहां क्या करेंगे? वैसे उस समय विदेशों से आने वाले लोगों को नालंदा में एडमिशन नहीं मिली तो जाएंगे क्या? वापस तो जा नहीं सकते। तो नालंदा के 50 किलोमीटर के दायरे में 18 ऐसे विश्वविद्यालय थे जो नालंदा के बचे खुचे स्पिल ओवर को एडमिशन देते थे। ये भारत की स्थिति सदियों से थी। 12वीं और समय परिवर्तन के समय बख्तियार खिलजी ने नालंदा को जला दिया, कोई कहते 6 महीने तक जलती रही, आदि आदि। और उसके बाद में इस देश में बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालयों ने अपने आप को समेटना शुरू किया। कुछ लोगों ने जलाए, कुछ लोगों ने काटे, असहिष्णुता की पराकाष्ठा करते हुए कि हमारी पुस्तक में जो इस लाइब्रेरी में दी हुई पुस्तकों में है तो एक पुस्तक से काम चल जाएगा, और इसमें जो नहीं है वो इसमें है तो उसकी जरूरत नहीं है, इसलिए जला दो। इस प्रकार की असहिष्णुता से अनेक विश्वविद्यालय, अनेक ग्रंथालय जला दिए गए। लेकिन उससे बड़ा काम हमारे लोगों ने किया कि अब ये टारगेट बन रहा है तो उसको छोटा करके हमने विकेंद्रित शिक्षा व्यवस्था कर ली। और हमारी विकेंद्रित शिक्षा व्यवस्था गांव-गांव में थी। 1823 में अंग्रेजों ने जब सर्वेक्षण किया तो देश के 7 लाख गांवों का सर्वेक्षण किया गया। 700,000 villages were surveyed from 1819 to 1829. 10 वर्षों तक सर्वेक्षण चला। रेवेन्यू ऑफिसर्स ने सर्वेक्षण किया, जिसको अपन पटवारी कहते हैं गांव में, उन पटवारियों ने सर्वेक्षण किया। और भारत के गांव-गांव में क्या शिक्षा थी उसकी रिपोर्ट पब्लिश हुई। अलग अलग समय पर रिपोर्ट पब्लिश हुई। थॉमस मुंद्रो ने साउथ इंडिया की विलियम लिटनर ने पंजाब प्रोविंस जो अपना उत्तर भारत का क्षेत्र है, उस उत्तर भारत के क्षेत्र के लिए की। विलियम एडम्स और विलियम बेल्स ने कोलकाता प्रेसिडेंसी और बॉम्बे प्रेसिडेंसी की। चारों अंग्रेजों ने सर्वेक्षण को इकट्ठा करके, और विलियम बेल नाम के क्रिश्चियन फादर ने, पादरी था वो एक चर्च का, उस विलियम बेल ने उसको कंपाइल करके प्रीवी काउंसिल के सामने प्रस्तुत किया। और उस रिपोर्ट में सर्वे ऑफ एजुकेशन, भारत का जो सर्वे ऑफ एजुकेशन हुआ है, उस सर्वेक्षण में ये पाया कि 7 लाख से अधिक गांवों में उच्चतम शिक्षा की व्यवस्था थी। अकेले बॉम्बे प्रेसिडेंसी में, विलियम एडम लिखता है, अकेले बॉम्बे प्रेसिडेंसी में मोर देन 1,13,000 सेंटर्स ऑफ हायर लर्निंग, ये शब्द प्रयोग है, अंग्रेजों के द्वारा लिखा हुआ शब्द प्रयोग। ये मैं 1835 में भारत का जो शिक्षा अधिनियम बना, एक वकील ने बनाया, उसका नाम मैकॉल है। वो कोई शिक्षाविद नहीं था, उसने शिक्षा नीति नहीं बनाई भारत की, उसने एक कानून ड्राफ्ट किया। इंडियन पीनल कोड भी उसी का ड्राफ्ट है। मैं लॉ का विद्यार्थी हूँ, इंडिया आईपीसी भी मैकॉले ने लिखा था, और इंडियन एजुकेशन एक्ट भी उसी ने लिखा। उस मैकॉले ने केवल एक कानून बना दिया कि बिना हमारी अनुमति के आप अपने घर में भी किसी को नहीं पढ़ा सकते, और सारी शिक्षा का सरकारीकरण कर दिया। सरकारी अनुमति के बिना शिक्षा हो नहीं सकती थी। और इस 1823 की रिपोर्ट में जो लिखा है कि लगभग 100% भारत साक्षर था। थॉमस मुंद्रो ने लिखा है 100% लिटरेसी, विलियम लिटनर लिखता है 93% लिटरेसी। जो 1835 से पहले, ये वर्तमान शिक्षा व्यवस्था आने से पहले 100% लिटरेसी थी। सभी जाति, सभी वर्गों के महिला पुरुषों के लिए अक्षर और अंक, लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी की व्यवस्था जिस देश में थी, वो समाप्त करने का काम अंग्रेजों ने किया। और स्वतंत्र भारत जब हुआ तब 12% लिटरेसी रह गई थी। 88% भारतीयों को निरक्षर करने का काम अंग्रेजों ने किया 1835 से 1947, मात्र 125 वर्षों में। और उसी को हम 70 साल ढोते रहे। ये सारी बातों को यदि फिर से इस शीर्षासन को ठीक करना है, ये जो शिक्षा का शीर्षासन हो गया, इस शीर्षासन को यदि ठीक करना है, सीधा करना है, if we have to change this paradigm once again, a 180-degree change which happened 135 years back, if that has to be achieved, हमको अपनी दृष्टि आत्म केंद्रित करनी पड़ेगी। दूसरों को दोष देने से काम नहीं पड़ेगा, अपने अंदर घुस करके देखना पड़ेगा। विदेशी विद्यार्थी भारत में क्यों आएंगे? यदि जो उनके देश में मिलता है वही यहाँ पढ़ाएंगे तो क्यों आएंगे? विश्वविद्यालय में एडमिशन लेना नहीं चाहता, क्योंकि हम यहाँ पर भी उनको वही, मतलब वेशभूषा से लेकर सब कुछ वहीं का जो उनके देश में वो भी यहीं परोसेंगे, तो वो तो ओरिजिनल वाला ही खाने में इंटरेस्टेड रहेंगे ना, नकल में काय को इंटरेस्टेड रहेंगे? हमारी नकल को लेने के लिए विदेशी क्यों आएंगे? वो तो तब आएंगे जब हम कुछ यूनिकनेस के साथ, कुछ अद्वितीयता के साथ, आज की मार्केटिंग की भाषा में बोला जाए तो यूएसपी क्या है भारत का? वो यूएसपी जो परोसता है उसको दुनिया हाथों हाथ लेती है। ये हरिद्वार ऋषिकेश में जाइए, आप काशी में जाइए, आपको दुनिया भर के सारे देशों के लोग वहां पर मिलेंगे, क्योंकि वहां पर उनको वो मिलता है जो उनके देश में नहीं मिलता, इसलिए वहां पर आते हैं। 180 देशों के लोग माता अमृतानंदमयी के पास में आते हैं, सदगुरु के पास में आते हैं, श्री श्री रविशंकर के पास में आते हैं, क्योंकि वहां वो मिलता है जो उनके देश में नहीं मिलता। आपका विश्वविद्यालय ऐसा क्या देता है जो उनके देश में नहीं मिलता? आप तो समाजशास्त्र में भी मैकावेली और मार्शल और उनके अलावा किसी की डेफिनेशन ही नहीं पढ़ाते, तो भारत में आके क्यों पढ़ेगा? उनके अपने देश में पढ़ेगा ना, मैकावेली के देश में, भारत में आके क्यों पढ़ेगा? अरे आप भारत के समाजशास्त्रियों को कब परोसेंगे? आप भारत के पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट को कब सामने लाएंगे? भारत में कोई पढ़ने के लिए तक्षशिला आता था या नालंदा आता था या विक्रमशिला आता था या वल्लभी आता था, क्योंकि वहां पर भारत का ज्ञान उसको मिलता था। आज जेएनयू में भारत का ज्ञान मिलेगा तो आएगा, आज गलगोटिया में भारत का ज्ञान मिलेगा तो आएगा। अगर उसको यहां आकर के वही मिलना है जो उसके देश में मिल रहा है और वहां से महंगा मिलेगा तो क्यों आएगा? आप अंदर जाकर के हमको अपने अंदर टटोलना पड़ेगा। जिस विषय में हमने अपनी अद्वितीयता को पकड़ करके काम किया उसमें हम आज भी, ये विश्वगुरु आपने कहा ना कि कोई पद नहीं है, लेकिन पद नहीं है तो भी ये मान्यता आज हमको उन क्षेत्रों में है ना जिसमें हम विशेष है। जैसे मैं कई बार कहता हूं कि हम जैसे देशभक्त लोग भी कहते हैं भारत को विश्वगुरु बनाना है। मैं कहता हूं बनाना कुछ नहीं, वो है ही, केवल उसकी घोषणा करनी है, और वो घोषणा भी कर दी दुनिया ने कि विश्वगुरु की घोषणा हम नहीं कर सकते ना। मैं थोड़ी कह सकता हूं कि मैं गुरु हूं, कोई दूसरा शिष्य मानेगा तब तो मैं गुरु होऊंगा ना। कोई मुझे गुरु मानेगा, शिष्य बनने को तैयार होगा, तो भारत के विश्व गुरु होने की घोषणा तो विश्व करेगा, और विश्व ने कर दी, हमने नहीं की, क्योंकि हम वही 135 वर्ष पुरानी शिक्षा व्यवस्था में जी रहे, जिस शिक्षा व्यवस्था में हमको हमारे दिमाग में वही सड़ांध डाल दी गई कि हम विदेश परांगमुख होकर के विदेशी चीजों को अपनाने में गर्व का अनुभव करने लगे। मैं आज सुबह से गलगोटिया में धोती पहन करके घूम रहा हूं, तो गलगोटिया के सारे विद्यार्थी बड़े परेशानी से देख रहे कि ये कौन धोती वाला आ गया, क्योंकि उनको कंठ लंगोट वाले ही देखने की आदत है। तो कंठ लंगोट वालों को कौन दुनिया में, मतलब दुनिया में सब जगह कंठ लंगोट भरे पड़े, यहाँ का काय को देखने के लिए आएगा वो कंठ लंगोट? धोती वाले को तो दुनिया मानेगी, इसलिए रामदेव बाबा को बुलाते सारे दुनिया वाले। धोती वाले के मतलब आप भारतीयता को लाओगे तब तो अंतरराष्ट्रीयकरण होगा। अंतरराष्ट्रीयकरण करना किसका है? आप अपनी शिक्षा का यूरोपीकरण कर दो, आप अपने कोर्सेस का यूरोपीकरण, अभी आपकी चर्चा में भी आया अंतरराष्ट्रीय का मतलब है उनके जैसा बनना। अरे नकलची को कोई नहीं मानता भाई, नकलची को कोई मान्यता, कोई सम्मान नहीं मिलता। सम्मान मिलता है जो ओरिजिनल है। आपने कहा ना कि जहां मातृशक्ति का, महिलाओं का नेतृत्व होता है वहां बड़े प्रॉस्पर करते हैं, क्योंकि इन्होंने ही भारतीय संस्कृति को सुरक्षित रखा है। भारतीय वेशभूषा केवल महिलाओं में ही दिखेगी यहाँ पर, बाकी यहाँ के किसी भी पुरुष वर्ग को ले जाके यूरोप में बैठा दीजिए, अलग कुछ नहीं है, वही वेशभूषा लेकर के। मैं केवल वेशभूषा की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, अंदर में क्या हो रहा है, इधर क्या हो रहा है, हृदय में, वो जब तक, और जहां हमने भारतीयता दर्शाई वहां पर मैं बार बार कहता हूं कि भारत को दुनिया ने विश्वगुरु मान लिया, लेकिन हमारी मीडिया ने वो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज बताई नहीं, इसलिए आपको पता नहीं। मैं डेट बताता हूं, आज से 7 वर्ष पूर्व, 7.5 वर्ष पूर्व भारत विश्वगुरु बन गया। बनना नहीं है, अभी बन चुका। मैं एग्जैक्ट डेट बता रहा हूं आपको, और जब मैं डेट बताऊंगा तो आपकी गर्दन ऐसे ऐसे हिलेगी, नंदी बैल जैसी। हाँ सही कह रहा है, क्योंकि ब्रेकिंग न्यूज जिस मीडिया ने नहीं दी, मैं दे रहा हूं आपको ब्रेकिंग न्यूज। धोती वाले हमेशा ब्रेकिंग न्यूज देते हैं, तो मैं ब्रेकिंग न्यूज दे रहा हूं आपको। यह देश विश्वगुरु बन गया जब 21 जून 2015 को दुनिया के 193 देशों में, 193 कंट्रीज में वहां की भूमि पर सूर्य नमस्कार करते हुए वहां के नागरिकों ने अपनी नाक वहां के भूमि पर रगड़ी थी, तब वो भारत माता को ही वंदन कर रहे थे। सारे विश्व ने भारत माता को विश्व गुरु मान लिया था जब 21 जून 2015 को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस मनाया गया। यूनाइटेड नेशंस की जनरल असेंबली में 171 देशों ने साइन किया इंटरनेशनल योगा डे के ऊपर, क्योंकि आप योग हमारा यूनिकनेस था। हमने अपनी ओरिजिनलिटी, अपनी मौलिकता लेकर के विश्व के सामने गए, विश्व ने हमको गुरु मान लिया। हम अपनी मौलिकता छोड़ करके नकलची बनेंगे तो काय को गुरु मानेगा? उसमें तो वो हमसे बेहतर है, और इसलिए उसमें हमको गुरु मानने की कोई बात ही नहीं। ये स्थिति बन गई कि उसके कुछ दिनों बाद सितंबर माह में जब सारे दुनिया के 52 मुस्लिम देशों का और संगठन है, वो इस्लामिक कंट्रीज के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भर्त्सना प्रस्ताव पाकिस्तान ने रखा, निंदा प्रस्ताव रखा। इंटरनेशनल योगा डे को मनाने के ऊपर उन्होंने भर्त्सना प्रस्ताव पाकिस्तान ने रखने की कोशिश की, रख भी नहीं पाए, रखने की कोशिश की। उन्होंने इस्लामिक कंट्रीज के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने उसको रखने नहीं दिया पाकिस्तान को। जब मेरे IFS के मित्रों को मैंने पूछा ये गड़बड़ क्या हुई, एक दिन तो न्यूज आएगी थी कि प्रस्ताव आने वाला है, और दूसरे दिन पूरी मीटिंग हो गई, प्रस्ताव आया नहीं, हुआ क्या खेल? मेरे को लगा भारत के विदेश मंत्रालय ने खेल कर दिया जाकर के कुछ, पर ऐसा कुछ नहीं करना पड़ा था। वो 52 देशों का वो संगठन है, उन 52 देशों के संगठन में पाकिस्तान इसलिए प्रस्ताव नहीं रख सका कि उन 52 में से 52 में से 41 इस्लामिक कंट्रीज ने वो ओरिजिनल जो प्रस्ताव था इंटरनेशनल योगा डे मनाने के, उसके वो सिग्नेटरीज है। 171 में 41 मुस्लिम सिग्नेटरीज है, इंक्लूडिंग सऊदी अरब, इंक्लूडिंग कुवैत, बहरीन, इंडोनेशिया, मलेशिया, ये सारे देश उसके सिग्नेटरीज है। तो जो सिग्नेटरीज है वो खुद के ही प्रस्ताव का निंदा प्रस्ताव कैसे लाएंगे? ये भारत की ताकत है। जब हम अपनी ओरिजिनलिटी को लेकर के जाते हैं, then we transcend all the borders, even the borders of religion, even the borders of internationalization. इस्लामिक देशों ने भी योग को स्वीकार किया, क्योंकि हम अपनी ओरिजिनलिटी को वैज्ञानिकता से, साइंटिफिकनेस के साथ दुनिया के सामने लेकर के गए। इसलिए AIU के इस सारे अंतरराष्ट्रीयकरण की 2 दिन की चर्चा के समापन में आपके सामने केवल इतनी ही बात कह रहा हूं, आप अपने अंदर जाइए, अपने अंदर के हृदय के अंदर, अपने भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के अंदर, अपने परिवार में, अपनी माँ के पास, अपने दादी माँ के पास रखे हुए हीरे, मोती, गहने, वो नीचे सीप में छुपा हुआ मोती ढूंढ कर के लाइए और विश्व के सामने परोसिए। विश्व आज भी आ करके आपके वो मोती लेने को तैयार है, क्योंकि विश्व की समस्त समस्याओं का समाधान देने की शक्ति आपके पास है। क्योंकि आपके मन में वो कामना है, आपके मन में वो इच्छा है, आपके मन में वो संकल्प है। ये केवल भारत ही है जो प्रार्थना करता है दुनिया में, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः। बाकी दुनिया का कोई देश ये प्रार्थना नहीं करता। बाकी की दुनिया के देशों की प्रार्थना है मेरे अपने सुखी रहे। लॉन्ग लिव द क्वीन था, अभी किंग हो गया बेचारा। लेकिन ऋषि सोनक गौ माता की पूजा करने के बाद सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः बोलता है। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः बोलने वाला, मैं मेरे घर में सूर्य नमस्कार करता हूं, घर में सत्यनारायण की पूजा करता हूं, घर में हनुमान चालीसा बोलता हूं, और समापन करते समय प्रार्थना क्या करता हूं? सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः। हम ये नहीं कहते सर्वे हिंदू भवन्तु सुखिनः, बोलते हैं क्या? हम ये भी नहीं बोलते सर्वे भारतीय भवन्तु सुखिनः, भारत वाले सुखी हो, नहीं। अभी कल पता चलेगा इंग्लैंड को सपोर्ट करोगे कि पाकिस्तान को। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः की प्रार्थना करने वाला भारत के लिए भी नहीं, केवल मनुष्य मात्र के भी लिए नहीं, सर्वे मानवा भवन्तु सुखिनः भी नहीं बोलते। हम तो सबके लिए प्रार्थना करते हैं। औषधय शांति, वनस्पतय शांति, पृथ्वी शांति, आपः शांति, समस्त सृष्टि के सुख के लिए कामना करने वाला एकमात्र देश, संस्कृति, धर्म के आप वंशज है। इसलिए आपके पास केवल पराली की नहीं, विश्व की समस्त समस्याओं का समाधान है, लेकिन प्राप्त तब होगा जब अंदर जाकर के गवेषण करेंगे। बाहर जाकर के नकल करने से कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। 200 वर्ष की नकलची परंपरा को समाप्त करके हजारों हजार वर्ष की अपनी ओरिजिनलिटी की, मौलिकता की, अपने ज्ञान पिपासा की परंपरा को पुनर्जीवित करेंगे तो भारत के पास सारा विश्व दौड़ा दौड़ा चला आएगा और हम सारे विश्व का मार्गदर्शन करने वाले गुरु है ही, हर क्षेत्र में वो काम करने लगेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं।
मुख्य अतिथि महोदय का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। उनके प्रभावशाली ऊर्जावान शब्दों ने समस्त संपूर्ण सभा में नई ऊर्जा का संचालन किया है। अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूं प्रोफेसर पंकज मित्तल जी को कि वह भारतीय संघ की तरफ से सभी को सम्मानित करें। मैं मैडम से निवेदन करूंगी कि वह मुख्य अतिथि को स्मृति चिन्ह देकर सम्मानित करें। माननीय अध्यक्ष सुरंजन दास जी को सम्मानित करें। माननीय कुलपति महोदया प्रोफेसर प्रीति बजाज जी को सम्मानित करें। उपाध्यक्ष GD शर्मा जी को सम्मानित करें। धन्यवाद। मैं निवेदन करती हूं डॉक्टर आलोक कुमार मिश्रा जी से कि वह यहां आकर सभी को धन्यवाद प्रस्तुत करें।
आदरणीय मंच और इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी सुजनों का मेरा नमस्कार। मैं भारतीय विद्यालय संघ की तरफ से डॉक्टर आलोक कुमार मिश्रा, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी AIU हूँ और आप सबका धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। और ये जो माहौल है एक नई ऊर्जा में प्रतीत हो चुका है। आज के मुख्य अतिथि महोदय ने, कनिकर साहब ने जिस प्रकार से एक नई दृष्टि दी है, उसे लगता वाकई जो किसी कार्यक्रम का समापन होना चाहिए और उसके साथ हमें कुछ मोती लेके जाना चाहिए, वो आपने ऐसे मोती दिए हैं जो शायद मुझे लगता है कि शायद संपूर्ण जो हमारा विश्वविद्यालय का समुदाय है और जो सारे हमारे कुलाधिपति महोदय यहाँ पर हैं, उनके लिए ये चिंतन का एक गहरा कहना है कि वो प्रसाद है। तो आपको सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जिस प्रकार ऊर्जा के साथ आपने इसे हमें पिरोया है, हमारे अंदर में एक नई दृष्टि दी है। 2 दिन से चल रहे इस AIU नार्जोन VC मीट में जो है बहुत सारे लोगों ने सहयोग दिया है और ये क्योंकि धन्यवाद ज्ञापन का समय है तो सभी को धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना बहुत मुश्किल है। बट ये आज जिस प्रकार से हमने कहा कि धन्यवाद, तो सबसे पहले आज हम जो मुख्य अतिथि महोदय को सुने, बार बार ध्यान आकर्षण में ही जा रहा है सुनने के बाद कि आपने ऐसे ही ग्वालियर में ऐसा आंदोलन खड़ा किया कि वहां पर हमने कहा उस संख्या को गिनना मुश्किल है और वहां की इंटरनेशनल मीडिया ने काउंट किया 29,973 जो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड उसमें बना था। और पूरा एक किस प्रकार से हम सूर्य नमस्कार को सर हम सब उसमें सम्मिलित रहे और पूरे देश की युवा शक्ति को इस प्रकार से, और उसके बाद क्या हुआ पूरे विश्व में आप सभी उससे अवगत हैं। तो सर आपका उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि लगातार अपनी जीवन को जो हम सब कभी कविता पढ़ते हैं उसको किस प्रकार जीवन में समाना चाहिए, आपने उसे दिया। वह शक्ति हमें दे, ध्यान दे, कर्तव्य मार्ग पर डट जामे, पर सेवा के उपकार हम जग जीवन सफल बना जामे। आप उसकी प्रतिमूर्ति हैं और लगातार इस मातृ सेवा में लगे हुए हैं। एक बार पुनः आपको विनम्र नमस्कार। आज हम सब यहाँ उपस्थित हैं और ये उपस्थिति हमारी AIU की जो हमारी पूरी संगठनात्मक बॉडी है उसके हमारे अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर सुंदर दास जी, जिनका लगातार जो है वो हमको सहयोग मिलता रहता है और इस सब कार्यक्रम के सदैव सर कलकत्ता में रहते हुए भी जो है हर मीटिंग में हर चर्चा के लिए सदैव उपस्थित रहते हैं। प्रोफेसर सुंदर दास सर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सर आपको नमस्कार। और साथ ही साथ इस हमारे भारतीय जल संघ के जो उपाध्यक्ष हैं सर भी उतने ही और भी आगे चलकर मेघालय में सर आजकल हैं, उनका विश्वविद्यालय वहाँ पर है और हर मीटिंग्स में हम सब जो है उन्हें पाते हैं और सर ने समय निकाला और यहाँ आए। सर आपको भी हमारा हृदय से नमस्कार और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सबकी तरफ से। हम सबके बीच में भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ की जो महासचिव हैं सेक्रेटरी जनरल मैडम, जो अद्वितीय शक्ति के साथ में लगातार उनका डायनामिक व्यक्तित्व हम सब नजदीक से काम करते हैं, उसे महसूस करते हैं और लगातार हरनिश तौर पर उस कार्य को कैसे विश्वविद्यालय की जो व्यवस्था को अच्छा किया जाए, कैसे उसमें किस तरह नए कार्यक्रम का कैसे लाया जाए, समावेश किया जाए, इसको लेके लगातार चिंतन मंथन और कई बार तो दवा खा करके भी आती हैं जो है। तो ये लगता है कि हजारों मीटिंग्स को एड्रेस लगातार करते हुए वो इसलिए किस प्रकार से विश्वविद्यालय के अंदर जो एक नई जो NEP तो आ रही है लेकिन उसके पीछे जो उसको चिंतन है, मैडम का लगातार सहयोग हम सबको हमेशा जो है वो प्रेरित करती रहती है किस प्रकार से हम लोग उत्कृष्टता में सहयोग करते रहें। मैडम आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप हम सबको अवसर देते हैं कि हम लोग चीजों को कुछ उत्कृष्ट कर सकें। आज जो है ये हम सब जिस प्रांगण में उपस्थित हैं वो प्रांगण जो है वो यहाँ की बहुत ही डायनामिक जो वाइस चांसलर है उनके नेतृत्व में है। उनका नाम प्रीति बजाज है और जिस प्रीति के साथ उन्होंने लाजवाब काम किया है, आपके लिए मैं चाहूंगा एक जोरदार तालियां जो है। तो आपने ये प्रीति की नई रीत बनाई है, हम जरूर उसे अपने दिल में सहेज करके यहाँ से उसे लेके जाएंगे और उसे आपके साथ में आपकी पूरी टीम और आपके जो विश्वविद्यालय के जो चांसलर हैं और उनके चांसलर हैं और साथ साथ में उनके आपके जो CEO हैं उन सभी का जो है मुझे लगता है उपस्थित वो नहीं है यहाँ पे, बट सभी जो पूरी टीम है सबका नाम लेना बहुत ही मतलब ने कहा कि सभी को कि हम याद करें क्योंकि आपकी टीम जो ट्रांसपोर्ट टीम है, आपकी जो वेलकम टीम है, आपकी जो सबने हॉस्पिटलिटी को ध्यान रखा, आपके खाने पीने का ध्यान रखा, तो ये जो है एक बड़ी फहरिस्त है। तो आप मैं कहूँगा कि वो उनमें कुछ नामों को लेना शायद कहीं अन्याय न हो जाए, इसलिए मैं संपूर्ण गलगोटिया विश्वविद्यालय के उन समस्त लोगों को जिन्होंने इसके कार्यक्रम के सफल बनाने सहयोग दिया है उन सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार हमारा। और हम सब उपस्थित यहाँ पर हैं, साथ में इसके पीछे मैं कहूँगा जो प्रथम दिन में लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ऑफिस को बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने सहर्ष इस कार्यक्रम को उद्घाटन करने में पूरा सहयोग दिया और वहाँ उपस्थित रहे। उन्होंने बहुत इंटरेस्ट लिया यहाँ पर और उन्होंने 2 शब्द कह गए, मुझे याद है कि कई बार हम लोगों को दूर से देखते हैं या कई बार हम गुरूर से देखते हैं, तो ये ध्यान रखें कि हम कभी किसी को छोटा ना देखें और ना ही किसी गुरूर से देखें। जो है लोगों को भारत तब बढ़ेगा जब हम अपनी परंपरा और संस्कृति के साथ, जैसा ने कहा कि वो एक दूसरे का हाथ बढ़ाकर हर विश्वविद्यालय दूसरे विद्यालय के साथ में अंतर्राष्ट्रीयकरण के पहले जो कहते हैं ग्लोबलाइजेशन से पहले हम थोड़े से लोकलाइजेशन भी हमारा हो, अंदर भी हम समाहित हाथ बढ़ के आगे बढ़ें। तो उनका यह जो प्रबोधन रहा, जो उद्बोधन रहा, हम सबके लिए बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक रूप रहा और उनका भी धन्यवाद। और IG CRPF का धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा जिन्होंने यहाँ के लिए बैंड व्यवस्था के इंतजाम किया, सारी लास्ट मोमेंट पे किया, उनको भी बहुत धन्यवाद। यहाँ के पुलिस, ट्रैफिक, यहाँ की मीडिया और यहाँ के जो हम कुछ सुन पा रहे हैं, जिस माध्यम सुन पा रहे हैं, यहाँ की जो टीम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और जो हमके माइक सपोर्ट टीम बैठी हुई है, बहुत सारे लोग हैं, उन सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इसी के साथ साथ मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि ये जो आज जो कार्यक्रम है, ये ऐसा लग रहा है कार्यक्रम समाप्त नहीं हो रहा है, हम बाहर निकलते ही एक नए तरह का जो है भारत क्या होना चाहिए। सर का आना जो है अपने आप में एक खुद नहीं आए, आप सर पूरे व्यक्तित्व के साथ में, पूरे कृतित्व के साथ में, पूरे उदाहरण के साथ में बाहर जाकर निकलने पे ऐसा लगता है ये कार्यक्रम समाप्त नहीं हो रहा है, एक कार्यक्रम एक नई दिशा की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। तो ये मैं संपूर्ण जो लोग इसमें सम्मिलित हैं उन सबको एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद करूंगा। और मैं चाहूंगा सब लोग, उसके बहुत सारी प्रदर्शनी लगी हुई है, उसे देखते हुए यहाँ पे जाएं, जिससे शायद मुझे लगता है कि शायद उससे भी कुछ ऐसे कहीं कोई तत्व मिलेंगे जो शायद कहीं चिंतन में हमारे आगे बढ़ने में हमारे लिए सहयोगी होंगे। तो सभी को एक बार पुनः नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Dr. Alok K. Mishra ji, Joint Secretary AIU, for this mesmerizing commute. Tu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kadachit Dukbhag Bhave. Thank you, everyone. Now let us join for.
सभी अपने स्थान से राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं। जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे, भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा, द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाए तब जय गाथा। गण मंगल दायक जय हे, भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय 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 हे।
I request all the vice chancellors to be here for the group photo. I request Alok ji and Meenakshi to help everyone. So let's have a group photo, please. Only vice chancellors, honorable vice chancellors, please be here.